One.
Has asked me first.
You could just hit it.
To start conference, the recording has started.
Laura. It's like how I talk to my kids. One.
The time is now 9:12. I call to order this Board of Assessment Appeals special meeting to deliberate and vote upon appeals properly brought before the board. Before we begin the appeals on our agenda, Katie Gusson is going to introduce a.
You want to do attendance first, or?
Oh yeah, we should do the.
Just so
Call the roll first.
Yeah. Peter Rupert,
Not here.
Neil Fink,
Here.
Paulette Kuzo,
Here.
Ronique Patel,
Absent.
Helene Daly,
Here.
Christina Kelly,
Here.
Laura O'Brien,
Here.
Adele Joseph,
Absent.
Catherine Gusson.
Here.
Now.
Okay, so which would you guys prefer to do first? It really doesn't matter. Well, let's ratify. How about that?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to, you want me to explain it to them or just get
make
right
the
into it?
motion.
Okay, so I am going to move that the board ratify and confirm all actions and decisions taken on appeals heard during this deliberation session beginning March 30th of 26 through April 10th of 26, in which a motion was voted on in an amended form without a separate preliminary vote on the amendment itself. It is the expressed intent of this motion to formally adopt those amendments and the resulting final decisions retroactively, affirming them as the official acts of this board. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
I think so. Paulette, I guess, second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous.
Okay. Done. Okay, the second motion is to adopt the small board rules. I move that this board formally adopt the small board rules as prescribed in the current edition of Robert's Rules of Orders to be applied effective immediately. I have to all meetings of this body, but if you want to say for this meeting, and Peter will decide after
I
that.
want to be nice.
Yeah, okay, all right, so, all those in favor, second, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Okay.
good job, guys.
Which, for the record, Paulette has been saying from day one.
Yes.
You put that in the records.
Nobody listens to me. What do I know?
It's, you'll just see, it's just so much.
And with
I
911
said it
rules,
wasn't
we
my
need to
call.
save time. Every minute counts.
Thanks.
Yeah, sure, I'll believe that.
Together.
Although Ronique's probably gonna be furious, guys, because he loves the, the pageantry of how we've been doing.
Monique?
But
All right, you guys, good luck.
Let's go.
the most significant change,
Wow.
just to summarize, the most significant two changes are one is
Thanks, Katie.
when you, just to make sure everybody, to remind everybody, when you introduce your appeal, you'll no longer actually make the motion at the beginning, you'll just present. And then after we have the discussion, you'll either make the motion to grant in full or grant in part. And then we'll vote. There's a reminder on the sheet here, you can't make a motion, a negative motion. So you can't make a motion to deny, so even if your recommendation or the plan of the board is to deny the appeal, you still make the motion to grant in full, and then we can still vote against it. And the other change is that the motions no longer need a second, so Stephanie will have to make a change in
In the spreadsheet.
in the, not so much the spreadsheet, but in the merge form, like,
Okay.
because all the seconds will be blank. So, who
So
would
you're
like?
saying, I'm sorry, for the amendment, there doesn't need to be a
There
second?
won't be, technically, somebody could still ask to amend it. Hopefully that won't happen. But, so what's gonna happen is where the first motion was always the appellant's ask amount, it may not be anymore.
Okay,
I'll help guide you through the
Okay,
first
okay.
couple. Who would like to take it first?
Well, who's backed up? Is anyone
Yeah,
backed up?
who's behind?
I'm behind, but I didn't pull those things, so I'll go
Like who
pull.
was supposed to go yesterday, but we didn't meet yesterday?
Laura.
Laura, go
The
first.
day before. We didn't do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, I'm sorry, because I didn't have any notes in front of me. Rise if you're able. I pledge allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Laura, do you want to go first? Are you prepared?
I'm
or-
prepared to do some of the ones that I'm
Okay.
backed up on.
Okay, so do what
So
you
let's
can.
do the ones that I can do. They're the ones that I was scheduled to do last Wednesday, and nobody
Go get my files.
ever called me to do them, so.
Oh, yeah, that happened. We didn't get to everybody, so.
I know.
We're gonna try and go
So
fast
catch up.
today and catch up.
Yes. So, now with these new guidelines, do I have to do anything?
Yeah, well, you still have to introduce the appeal the same way. It's, say the appeal number, the
And make a
address, the ask.
motion?
No motion, just read the
Just no
appeal number.
motion.
But no motion.
Keep the motion.
Can I just make a suggestion before the formal introduction of it? Let's just quickly tell us the appeal number so we can pull it up and be ready.
Here, I'll take that and give you this one. That's what you're
I
gonna
might
do.
not make it, I might not make it till Wednesday.
The appeal number is 549. I want a second to pull it up.
The buffering.
So,
So to type really fast.
Can't make it past 5.
this appeal number is 549. The address is 369 Stratfield Road. The owner is Amanda and Richard Morgan. The town appraised the property at $843,500. The owner has requested it be reduced to $600,000. This property, I want to start on this one. Okay. I have some comps, but just generally, it's 4 bedrooms are noted on the card. The owner says that should be 3. You could sleep in the attic, but it's not really a bedroom, there's no closet. And I think that technically means it's not a bedroom, am I correct?
Is that
Yeah,
actually?
that's usually the rule.
Yeah.
Okay, so it should be 3 if we can get the card changed. And the attic space is not heated, in addition to not having a closet, so. The appellant presented comps from $600,000 to $700,000. And they are 3567 Park Avenue, 165 Brookfield Avenue, 1320 Merritt Street, 317 Stratfield Road, and theirs, of course, at 369. They're all colonials. This is technically in a flood zone, this particular
Oh, it's in a
home.
big time flood zone, big time.
Road, there's.
Oh, yeah.
like
Rooster River.
recent flood.
The Rooster
Oh,
River comes right behind there. I have one coming up that, and I will address the same issues. That when that floods, it's a raging river.
Seen videos online.
It's a raging river.
Roaring rapid.
Oh, it took down an entire above-ground pool.
Wow. And they don't have any mention of it on the field card. They just get.
This one, according to the owner, is in a FEMA flood zone. So it's in a designated FEMA flood zone. Of course, we all know that's a busy road, a very busy road. And the home has condition issues. It's only rated at 45% good on the card. There are comps the comps are not in a flood zone. So it's hard to get the right mix of comps, flood zone, not flood zone. but the owner has said he has been flooded 3 or 4 times since he lived there.
Surprised. He's got pictures of some of the flooding. It's pretty impressive.
What's that?
There's some pretty compelling pictures.
Yeah.
And
So, it would seem that his request to bring it down to 600,000 is probably valid. And the other comps that he brought up nearby were 610 sale was in 2023, but then 662, 2024, 730 in 2023, but that's a different, we've got a much bigger lot, much nicer lot. And 499 in 2020 that has also a bigger lot.
Which one was that?
317 Stratfield Road.
That says July of 23.
yeah, for 730.
Well, what's interesting is if you, don't mind me interrupting here, I have one that's probably next door or 2 down. And they actually have an appraisal attached. And what it came out to was like 687. The house is very similar. I tell
Number on that one?
This one is 349 Stratfield Road. And I time-stamped it to 7/28/2020. This was done back in '24. You know, and they used properties that are in extreme risk for FEMA, which one of them is another appeal I have today on Brookline Parkway. So every comp that they used is applicable to these properties.
Okay.
And
So
what was the value
I think
on
the
that one?
600 might be a little low on this, although it's a 1920 house. The one that mine is a newer construction, 1994. So, but this little strip right there behind the Rooster River, any realtor knows that's a problem there, and we steer our clients away from that. Quite honestly, I always let people know, get ready. And some of these policies have been canceled on these homeowners. I know the one on Brookline Parkway has had 2 insurance policies canceled. So,
Did you ever see that, when that water on Brooklyn Parkway, when that floods, it actually goes up Livingston Street, which is a hill. The water actually goes uphill. That's how bad it gets.
well, it becomes a raging river.
Yeah, it is. It rages, it goes right up the hill. Not all the way up, but it goes part way up.
My only experience with it is I didn't realize it was flooding down there one day, and I was driving down Stratfield Road, and suddenly it was an enormous puddle.
Yeah.
So in terms of the 600, how did she get there?
She didn't explain that. That's,
And these people have no adjustment on their field cards for this, right?
Right.
So she's just got a towboat traffic.
I thought Laura said.
Huh?
Laura, did you say there was an adjustment to 45% good? Or did I not hear you right?
no, I just said that's how it's rated. What I-
Of the property itself.
Yeah.
Oh, that's probably 45% good, or like that's their depreciation? Because
Yeah,
it's a 1920s house, that's the depreciation.
that's right.
When I look at the comps, I think, like, the Park Avenue one is probably not a good comp, just because it's a much smaller house. and
Right.
It's not a flood zone, it's,
It's older,
Different
1904.
I mean, if you look at the most similar ones are Brookview and Stratfield Road, and then if you
Yep, the
Yes.
Brookview for sure.
And then if you throw in the other Stratfield Road one that you have the appraisal on, I mean, it seems like if. we-
And it is a 1920s house, so it's older too. So, I mean, I don't know.
Maybe we go to like 700 or something.
I wouldn't even go that high, in
No.
my opinion. Well,
What was yours? 680?
yeah, but that was in 24. And then-
Okay, you
And it's a
adjusted it.
1994 construction.
No,
So
There's no
that brings us to
construction.
like a little over 700.
So maybe
I'd say
680,
it's-
675.
Yeah, I would be okay with that.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
What number?
675.
275? It's a lot better than what it's at.
All right.
So if you're comfortable with that, then you can
I'm
make the
comfortable with
motion.
that.
Now she has to make a motion.
Okay, now make the motion, Laura.
So now you can say it, make the motion to, and then
I moved
you basically use B.
to grant the appellant's request in part
Yes,
and reduce the appraised value of the property from $843,500 to $675,000.
I'll second it.
we don't even need a second.
Don't need a second, no.
Fine.
So that's just all in favor.
All in favor?
Okay,
Opposed? None? No.
That was fast.
one
Okay.
down.
Quick, quick, quick.
What's the number on this one?
Next one I have on my list is 659. I have it as a no-show.
Okay,
Oh, no, sure.
and next, so that could have been reassigned to somebody else.
It could have been. I have it as a no-show.
Okay.
So I'll jump over to 304. So this is my list here I'm working off of, if you want. Neil
Oh,
to,
okay.
to refer to it.
Oh, great, okay.
So I start by, this is appeal number 304. The address is 531 High Street. The owner is Eric Nicholson. The town appraised the property at, I have to focus here. What's that?
We've got appraisal.
Sorry, I'm sorry. It's just 6:59.
Town appraised this at $580,700. The owner has requested a value of $475,000. This is a 750 square foot, 2-bedroom. There's a potential area on the second floor, but that's just potential. 3 comps sold in 2025 on the same street, others nearby. Values of 454, 465, and for something else I can't read my writing.
And this appraisal came in at 455 and he's asking for 475. Comps are great.
Right.
I'm ready.
What's the last thing you said?
I'm ready.
You're ready.
These comps are good.
Yeah. So you're fine with the 475,
I
right?
am.
Well, he went in
more than
lower
what
than
the
the appraisal.
Yeah. This is, somewhere it was noted, the 5-year history shows reduced values for this market area. This is just not a good area, and it's a busy street. Not many of the homes are very nice. So, if you're all ready, I move that we grant the appellant's request to reduce the appraised value of the property from $580,700 to $475,000.
All in favor?
Okay.
Okay.
Next one is 177. That's the appeal number. The address is 84 Sunny Ridge Avenue. The owner is Elizabeth Ann and Brian K. Robbins. The town has valued this property at $662,000. The owner has requested a reduction to $480,000. It's a 2-bedroom, 1.5 bath home. Excuse me. Hang on a second. The owner in the meeting, when he came to me, said that Tyler used two-bedroom sales for comps, rather than using the style of the unit. It's very close to the highway. The new card says it's a colonial. It's really not full colonial. If you've got pictures of it and what you're looking at. Close to the highway. Upstairs is not a full story. Old aluminum siding. Grade a D plus.
Appraisal. Appraisal alert, appraisal alert.
This is a two-bedroom, like,
Yes.
even without the appraisal, like, I mean, everybody know where this house is?
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
overlooking I-95.
That's exactly where it is.
$662,000.
That's right.
That's correct.
Appraisal came in at 480.
There is an appraisal?
Yes.
Okay.
And I like the comps, Massachusetts Avenue, yep, that, you got the highway impact there, and train impact. Brackesee, I mean, it's in terms of quality of street and location.
Same kind of
it's-
quality.
Yeah, May Street,
Same
same
thing.
thing. Actually, these are even
So they're
better.
gonna come in higher.
These are even
probably.
better, yeah.
Yeah.
So when I go to Vision and I just click on sales, I'm just saying, like, they pull up, and I'm not agreeing with it, but I'm guessing this is the ones that Tyler would use. It's 68 Dogwood and 161 Crestwood.
There's no way.
But I'm just saying, like, so that's where these inflated numbers are coming from.
Exactly.
And those sold for like 700 and 710. That's who they're being,
That's who they're being compared to, you're right.
and that is,
Ridiculous.
To me, this is a no-brainer.
This is a slam dunk.
That's why we're here.
right, no, I know that, but I'm just like, there's times where I'm like, how are they so off? But like, that is how, that is how.
I'm ready.
Sunnyvale,
So-
Dogwood.
Is there anything else, or I mean, I think we all kind of.
We agree with
Agree on
the
this one.
the requested value
Yeah.
of 480,000? So
Make your motion.
I move that we grant the appellant's request to reduce the appraised value of the property from 662,000 to 480,000.
All in favor?
Unanimous.
Okay. Then I have 171. This is Appeals 171. The address is 707 Jennings Road. The owner is, I'm not sure how to state this with these, Troy Mitchell Parcel Dash Bowen.
Michael Parcell?
No,
Well, that's what it says. It says
that was the
Troy.
contact person, I guess he must have
Oh,
done
No,
the
but on the
appeal.
card
The
it
owner
says
is
owner.
Troy
oh,
Purcell.
I see,
Or
Stephanie.
Bowen.
This is
sorry.
Troy Michael. Maybe that's where the Michael's coming from.
And Stephanie Calderon.
The town appraised this property at $692,200. The owner has requested a value of $490,000. There's an appraisal done by Steve Martin as of,
Wild and crazy guy.
what's that?
Wild and crazy guy.
There's a generation of people who have no idea what you're talking about.
Now I know what I do.
We all do. Okay. Stephanie might not.
No, I know.
511,000. Which looks to me like a reasonable appraisal.
I haven't seen that.
You
Is
guys
the appraisal
would,
in the packet?
It is, it
I
is.
don't see it.
I'm on page 9, and that's where it is so far. Page 7, it starts, I think.
What do you got for?
Oh, it just doesn't look like the.
It's not,
other
yes,
ones that I'm
yeah,
used to seeing.
yeah, but it's
They will have
there.
a different form.
Okay.
Gavin.
And notes I made is Tyler Reval used 3-bedroom sales. But the Fairway is the appraisal, whoever, is 480,000. This is not a 3-bedroom home. So,
Is that like normal appraisal or what?
Look like,
Well, yeah, just,
it's normal, it's just a,
most of them use a program that's,
Yeah, they all have to seem to have it the same format.
wait, this is a two?
something said something about beach rights.
Well, it says that tax record show it as a 2-bedroom, huh? I mean, a 3-bedroom, so I don't.
I know, but the problem is, the second floor, let me see. No, I'm getting it confused with the one before it.
Kitchen is.
vote for me. Vote for yourself, vote for me.
Can't do that.
I don't want to hold you up.
Well, no, I'm looking at the second floor. It's all finished and carpeted.
Say again?
I'm looking at the second floor. It's all finished and carpeted, just an FYI.
With 2 bedrooms on the second floor?
Yep, yes. And then another one, which is a typical Cape. 1 on the first floor, 2 on the second floor.
Okay,
1 bath.
1 bath.
Yeah.
Okay. So it is
I
3.
agree that he's not worth 692, 200 on Jennings Road. Or I mean, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
right where that is.
It's a busy road.
Do you like those comps, which was also Black Rock Ave and High Street?
Well, you know what? Let me just check something because there was just a
I mean, why would you?
right across the street.
You're wondering
Right
what?
across the street was
Well, he asked for a lower amount than.
property that's sold on Jennings. And
What's the number?
yeah, the
707.
one right across the street at
Subject?
694 just closed in September for 616.5, and it's new construction now. They're working on that. So that's
They tore it down?
So it sold it like for the lot, basically
Yeah,
for
yeah.
616.
yeah. Now that was a quarter of an acre. What is the subject property? Subject property is 0.19, so a little smaller, but, it's not a terrible part of Jennings Road because it's right before High Street. So it's not like after Black Rock Turnpike where it starts to decrease in value going down that hill. So, I don't know, I'd be okay with a partial on this. To around 600.
Instead of 490. 490
Yeah.
seems a little
I mean,
low.
490 is below the appraisal.
Because, I mean, honestly, the interior of this house, the kitchen has been upgraded. It's got granite
Yes.
countertops, it's got light maple cabinetry. The walls have been opened up, so it's not your typical, and it is 1 bathroom, but that's been updated too. I would be okay with anything from like 600 to 615 on this.
600?
600, 615. I mean,
Anybody else weigh in?
600, because the one across the street is a bigger lot and it went for 616, yeah. The one across the street went for 616, it's a bigger lot.
So do you think that you just don't like the comps and the appraisal? Like, do you think those weren't good comps, or you just think,
Well-
like, I just want to know, because I feel like and I do defer to the appraisals as gospel,
I
but,
would
you know.
choose Black Rock Avenue and 449, let me just see where 449 High Street is.
And I'm fine with your number, to be honest. I'm just from a philosophical.
Jennings Road, I
standpoint.
think, is a little nicer than High Street.
Gotcha.
I do too.
So,
I mean, they're both heavily traveled, but there's something about High Street going up and down that hill, people really motor on it.
and honestly, I'd have to look at these. I wouldn't use Black Rock Avenue.
You wouldn't what?
I wouldn't use Black Rock Avenue.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine. So 615, 600, what do we got?
Also,
16,500, that's the one that's maybe the most.
I'd say 600 is good.
600?
Yeah. It sits somewhere in between.
Let's do it.
I move that we grant the appellant's request to reduce the appraised value of the property. Actually, it's in part.
granted part,
Yeah.
Yeah, grant the appellant's request in part to reduce the appraised value of the property from 692,200 to 600,000 even. All in favor? Okay. I got that.
Make it
Do we need,
So is it
Or-
four?
Yeah, put Paulette as an abstention.
Okay.
Since she's stuck out of there.
Okay, moving on to 424. This is a unusual property in that it abuts Gould Manor Army Reserve, which there's a very uncertain future as to what that is going to be done with that property. So it could present future problems, could make it difficult to sell. The home has no garage, no air conditioning, small bedrooms, a pebble driveway, basement clearance is less than 6 feet, and it's very close to I-95. There were some comps included that the owner brought. They weren't all really good ones, but I don't know. She's got 111 Sunset Avenue, 277 Meadowbrook Road, 261 Colony Street. I've got notes, the other ones really didn't fit. Those three that I mentioned went from 735 down to 605. And again, she's asking for 625.
Just to clarify, I see two numbers here. I didn't hear initially. He wants to go to 650 or 695? Or he just gave a range?
She changed it to 625.
620.
I have 695.
695 is what's in the card. Or, what was printed
on the application,
on the application.
he printed, it looks like a range.
Yeah,
And then when she came in, she asked for 625.
yeah.
So I have to change it?
Yeah.
625.
She wants 625.
625, okay.
Last renovation was 12 years ago.
Since it's on that street, since it's like the only house on the street.
I mean, she's kept it up reasonably well, but it's just a really iffy location. She changed it to the value at 620, at 277 Meadowbrook. I made a note, which is 625.
I know, that's what I say.
77 Meadowbrook?
Yeah, she used that at comp, and that's what she changed her value to request to. She thought that was a fair.
Okay, so
Right, well, that was an unqualified sale. It looks like it was just maybe a transfer in the family. So for what that's worth,
But she lowered her requested value.
no, but I'm saying that six
Which
twenty-five
one?
is the 277 Meadowbrook Road. If that's where she's getting her 625 from, that looks like it literally, the name of the owner didn't change and it just looks like there was a transaction in May of 2025.
What number on Meadowbrook was?
277. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, I'm just saying
Right, just-
something is,
An observation.
yes.
It's an observation.
Yes.
She originally requested 695.
Gotcha.
No, that was, the reason that was, I believe that was a mistake because it was, multiple bids and it was on the market.
Oh, it was?
And I mean, 625 looks like it could be market value.
Yeah,
with an
okay.
Appraisal of 703.
Yeah, that was a probate sale, so that's
Gotcha.
why it's marked that way.
Okay, sorry.
And also, honestly, I think this appellant is being generous to the town at 625.
Yeah, really, that is.
Say again?
I think that this appellant is being generous to the town at 625. Because of where that location is.
That's,
As Neil said, it's overlooking the highway and abuts the, you know, that,
Gould Manor. Not only that,
well, Good Manor is one thing, but the Navy Reserve thing is quite.
Navy Reserve, that's what.
It's not a,
What's going on in this town, who knows what. that's-
And
really.
the noise from the park.
I'm ready to vote
It's a change.
625.
So I move to grant the appellant's request.
Well, 277, I'm sorry, like 277 Meadowbrook is also, I mean, that looks like a good comp and it's right on the highway also there.
Right.
But a much better location.
Yeah.
Much better location.
Even though it's a block from the highway.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah, this location is just,
right. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Like it's right kind of in town. It's
Well,
not.
it's probably university area.
Yeah.
I'm surprised she put so much money into the home, given the location.
All right, let's vote.
yeah.
I mean, even at the 625, that's a 53% increase over the last reval. So it's not like we're giving her, she's not staying flat.
Right, it's above that.
Probably should have stayed.
I move to grant the appellant's request in part and reduce.
No.
In full.
Well,
Okay, yeah, because she had already dropped it to 625.
right.
I'm losing my voice. Grant the appellant's request to reduce the appraised value of the property from $734,900 to $625,000.
All in favor?
Okay. I think she'll be pleased. And that was appeal number
424.
424. That's all I have left from Wednesday.
Okay.
I have a group from Saturday, and I'm only ready to speak to one of them.
So do you want to just do that one and then
Yeah.
move on to something else?
Get these other ones out.
Still have something from Wednesday. Yeah.
Don't have enough information.
Or do you want somebody else to go?
Why don't you let somebody else go
Okay.
until I get my
I'll let you go.
paperwork
Oh, it's
together?
I have Wednesday to do.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm.
That was
still on
Wednesday.
Is that okay then?
I just got Wednesday done.
All set?
Yeah.
Okay, this is appeal number 16.
16.
Lucky number 16, it is owner is Walter Zackerson,
Oh,
76 Stony Brook Road, single family.
Oh, I have 56. It's 76?
I'm sorry, 56, my mistake. You're right. Town value, $1,020,695, and he's asking to be reduced to $950, a generous offer on his part.
oh my gosh, yes.
He has an appraisal,
Again, what's the ask?
$950, even. He has an appraisal.
Did he update this at all?
What?
Walter?
No, not really. Yeah, he did it 30 years ago. What? There are no comps, sold comps in his immediate neighborhood. So the appraiser had to go out of the neighborhood. he's still in the university area, but he did have to go out of the neighborhood to get the comps. I looked at the comps. I didn't see an issue with them. Let's see.
Oh, is the whole appraisal in here?
Yeah, it's in there. Keep going.
Oh, okay.
It should be in there. It's not,
Oh, I see.
the comps that he used were Smedley, Dogwood, Knollwood, and those are all in the university area. They're all, Smedley especially is a very desirable street. I honestly don't know why, but it is. It's the name. Dogwood is also very desirable. And then Knollwood is your average university area street. He made his, I can't find the whole appraisal now. He made his adjustments. This house, if you look at the pictures of it, you'll see that although it has been updated since its original, it has like a Home Depot kitchen. The bathroom is, has like one of those plastic enclosures in the shower. I looked up every one of the comps to see their condition. All of them are much more updated than his at a higher quality. Some are larger. One has a Smedley has a fireplace and master bedroom. So based on what I saw as far as comps go, and if anybody has any questions, you're welcome to ask. His house is finished in what I would call builder's grade finishes, which is kind of like one grade above affordable housing finishes. And
I've been in that house.
yeah, so I mean, yeah, it's just not, it's a nice enough place, but it's nothing to brag about, let's put it that way. So I don't see any issue with the value from the appraiser, from what I can see.
I don't either.
You know, if you look at
I
the,
wouldn't use Millard Street, but everything.
no, right, Millard Street I would not have used, because that's in the beach area, and I just don't think that's a good comp for it.
So you agree that all the comps are in superior condition and?
Yes, they're all in superior, yep, I looked up
Yes.
every one of them.
And I've been in them all.
Looked at all the pictures of them to see what the bathrooms looked like, what the kitchens looked like, things like that. Now, what's interesting about this one is very much like the one that Neil had that we had to put aside. We didn't really table it, we took it off the table. This one also has an extra condition factor on it, the land value. And actually what it does to his land is it takes it from, I had it here, 700 and something thousand all the way up to 914,995. And I honestly don't know what that's about. I don't know what the reason for that is. Because do you, Colleen? I have no idea why they would, what that's about.
And the assessor's office has not been able to explain to us what those
Explain it.
mean.
Is that TAN?
Yeah, so I don't understand it. I mean, there's nothing,
What does that stand for?
I don't know. And if you multiply it out, the way the assessor
The
would.
location adjustment, that's
The
what
location
those,
adjustment.
yeah,
Yeah.
no,
So I just don't
because
see
it's
the
in Tanica Park.
Right, and there's no
he has
reason.
decided he wants to add an extra value to Tanica Park, simply because it has a name.
Is that a special neighborhood or? I
don't think so. I mean, it's a-
It's no more special than Smedley and Dogwood and Green Acres.
Yeah, it's
No
just a-
more,
Or
or
not like the winter, whatever that is, or,
Winton Park.
yeah, Witten.
I mean,
It's not
that's the only neighborhood I
Yeah,
could
that's
see,
a whole different
maybe,
thing.
but if you're gonna start doing that and adding extra value to these neighborhoods, then what about Old Academy? What about, all these beautiful streets in
Yeah.
Greenfield Hill?
Well, they already have like that massive neighborhood adjustment of like 2.5 or 3 or something.
He didn't add an extra.
He doesn't add an
It
extra.
doesn't have that.
And that's
those
right, the bonus. What did you call it?
I mean,
A premium. You call it a premium.
Your location alone should just give you the value of
Right,
your
and if you-
appraised value.
I
And
just-
and we don't need to put an extra value on top of it. I mean,
Right,
that's.
I would see if it was like a gated community or something like that, maybe you could,
And
I
actually.
could see that, but we don't really have that.
It doesn't have.
Yeah, the
It
Ridge.
doesn't have
Does
it.
not have that. I looked.
The Ridge doesn't have it either, and they're a gated community with a pool
Right.
and a.
A clubhouse and
whole-
I'm saying like it doesn't, I don't understand it.
So I would, even though it's not what he asked for, and we usually try to keep to, we're not in the habit of giving people a value less than what they asked for. They questioned what this was about. And I told him I honestly couldn't say, it just seemed like it was an extra.
And you asked the
He asked
assessor.
the assessor, he responded with question marks, never gave him an answer. So, and I don't think there's too many more in Tanica Park that,
I have another one today that's there too.
there, okay.
Yeah.
If you took that off, you'd get 795, 648. The question is that,
What?
for the land, you'd get to 795, 648. But is that, so if you're looking at comps, is that sort of factored into the comps already then? Like,
All the comps are inflated. No, but not the sale price. I mean,
Not the sale price.
comps, I'm
Yeah.
saying, don't have that location adjustment, so are we, like, once you adjust for that? Like,
Oh,
are
I
you
see what
saying
you're
we should,
I see what you're saying.
we should give him, look at the comps and then deduct it further? Like, I think that then you're giving,
No, that's, we're double
you're
dipping.
double dipping,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, I think that the assessor double dipped by giving him a tax he doesn't deserve.
Right, but he's saying, don't take the comps and then net out the adjustment, because the adjustment is not in those comps since they're in a different neighborhood.
Right.
So if you took that extra, 1.15, yeah, took that off and his land is 795, 648, and then you added back in the dwelling and the
Outbuilding.
outbuilding, I think you get 901, 348.
That's what I get.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with that.
I have no problem with that at
I
all.
think that's really,
Is that what you're saying?
But I think we also need to make that recommendation to the assessor.
To everybody who's getting hit with that.
Take that off.
yep. Well, let's, and that may be, this may be a good, I think it's fair. I'm not doing it just, I think it's fair, but I also think that this will make the assessor take notice. And if he's got a real reason why, we can bring it back, or he can explain what it is, or he can remove it from everybody else.
Did you table I know you tabled one. I was not there for it, but you guys said you had.
I was gonna bring it back and recommend that we give that we take it off of theirs.
Okay,
also,
so then
because
I will do the same today with mine when we get to okay, fine.
So what is that number, Helene?
901, 348.
Okay. So then I'm ready to make a motion if anybody has no questions. So I make a motion that we grant the appeal in part,
Or amended.
amend it, actually, yes, I'm going to amend the request to 901,348, 901,348 by asking the assessor to remove the additional location adjustment since we have no idea what it's for. And it doesn't seem to make sense in this case. And we feel that, this is a fair and equitable value for this property.
All in favor?
All in favor?
So, Stephanie, if you want to make a note of this one or something, I can help afterwards, we can go through it.
So
and I can help
remove-
you mark it up.
What am I saying? Remove?
The location adjustment.
Yeah.
And it's 1.15.
Right.
And the code, if it's just TAN, is what it shows up on. the-
TAN.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Tanica Park.
Yeah, that's what it's,
Yep.
So were you abstaining because Laura, you didn't?
you didn't vote, Laura. Did you vote?
We kept making changes to the motion, I thought. So I was waiting to hear the final. So could we restate the motion?
I don't think I could, but I'll try.
The motion is
It's a long motion.
grant the appellant a new value of $901,348. And make a recommendation that the assessor remove the location adjustment of 1.15 for Tonica Park.
Okay, I'm fine.
Okay, so are you in favor?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's a unanimous one then.
Yep.
The next four are, I'll do them individually because they're all different owners, but they're all together. They came as a group. So this is appeal. We'll start with, it's appeals number 68 through 71. We'll start with appeal number 68.
68?
Number 68. It's Sanford and Amanda Cameron, 200 Lovers Lane, condominium. Town value, $1,107,300, and they'd like to go to $1,053,784. That's a very specific number.
Yeah.
He turned in, they must have scanned it in, the property assessment appeal for correction, this whole big, long analysis that he did. Give me time to get in there before I go on. When you're ready.
Is there an appraisal on this one?
No. So if you were to go over this whole thing, he's got all kinds of stuff in here, but I can cut it down to the bottom line. What he's saying is that this particular condo unit is only 4 units in total. They're duplex style.
Where, that's right, Lover's
Lover's
Lane.
Lane.
Where is that?
It's where High Street cuts off at that turn and you go straight and it's Lover's Lane. Like at,
Up at Jennings, right?
well, yeah, it
Yeah, the other
eventually
side of it
gets
is up
to
at Jennings,
Jennings.
yep. So what he's saying is that essentially that he did an analysis of condos all over the place, which normally we don't do. I mean, we try to stay within the complex when you're judging condos. It's really best to do that. Without an appraiser doing it, I'm not comfortable with that, with that kind of a thing. I mean, they have to really make the adjustments. But he has some very good points. I did this several different ways. I spent a lot of time going over this appeal to come up with numbers, to see if he was actually correct. And what he's saying essentially is that he's doing a square foot analysis in one of these. And he's saying that their condo is assessed at a higher, or appraised at a higher per square foot value than other condos that are similar. I went and researched condos. There aren't too many that are similar that have sold. I was looking at sold comps. These are big, yep. Now, the last one that sold was in 2021. There's two different sizes. One is 2,919 square feet. There's two of those. And the other size is between 3,300 and change and 3,400 and change.
Are big.
Yep, there's one of those.
Big.
They're big. So, what I found in my analysis was that I have to agree that the square foot price is too high and that it could be lower. Now, what I also tried to do was, instead of doing that, because I don't love doing square foot price analysis, I did it based on time adjustment. Okay? So I took the ones, there are two of them that are 2,919 square feet. One of them sold in number 216, that sold in 2021, 3/13/21. That sold for $760,000. That's the most recent sale. So I time adjusted that, and if I time adjust that, I get a value of $959,423, which is less than what they're asking for. Okay, now which number is he? Got it right. He's number 200. Okay. Now number 200 is the bigger unit. Number 200 is 3,356 square feet. He wants $1,053,000 or 33,754. Okay. The most recent smaller or larger condo, sold in 2020. I time adjusted that one and actually came out with a lower price because it was smaller number. 936,758. So I said, okay, that's not going to work because they want a value higher than that. So I did use his square foot pricing. And if I use the square foot pricing, of course, I come up with exactly the numbers that they want. So you can look at the comps if you want, but I believe that they picked, I think that he picked a fair number. And, the pricing for the units like his, he says, are between $228,000, $340,000 per square foot. And I think that he might be right.
Is that the argument that all the others made as well? It was like
They all made the same
united front.
It was a
Okay,
united front, even though they're different sizes, because they didn't all ask for the same number.
gotcha.
Everybody asked for a different number because his was not the biggest. So he came up with a number over $1 million. The next one is a little bit bigger. They came up with a little bit higher number. The other two are smaller. They came up with a lower number.
Consistent methodology.
It's a methodology. Yep, I think it's fine. So I think that he's right about it because when I look at what's sold, things like the Oaks is a much different kind of a setting.
Yeah.
It's not a gated community, but it feels like it is. They're fancier looking, fancier inside. These aren't bad inside. They're kind of nice looking inside.
But you are on Lover's Lane.
But you are on Lover's Lane,
not-
which is not as nice a place.
Yeah.
So I think that his per square foot price is actually pretty accurate.
So he used how much per square
Let me
foot?
see, I'm coming to that. Let me see, land.
It's on I think he wrote 314.
Yeah, 314.
That's what he
Yeah.
used.
And that's kind of between the two numbers that he said the range was. He didn't go to the lowest number.
I mean, at the end of the day, he's also asking for an adjustment that's like $50,000.
Right.
We're not talking huge
Yeah.
amounts of money.
Talking about huge amounts,
What
yeah.
he's asking for is
Yeah.
very fair.
I mean, yeah.
What's
if I were-
interesting is, and again, not saying that we shouldn't give him more, this is the biggest reduction I've seen so far that anybody got in an informal.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
that he already got
So
one.
they
Gotcha.
obviously
yeah. They're,
knew
yeah.
that they
Right.
way out of.
Oh, yeah, all the ones I saw were like 11,000
Yeah.
at most or
That's a
something.
good point, yep.
Yeah, this was like $200,000.
Gotcha.
It has had $1.3 million. There's no way. There's nothing sold. And if you look at this, I don't know if you can see it, but I tried so hard to figure out what the heck he was talking about and what was he really right. At the very bottom of this, I did a little graph of solds. It goes from 2011, I went that far back, and then it went up in 2017, and then down in 2020,
Yeah.
and then up again in 2021. So they're not consistently going up in price either. So that's what made me think that, I think he had a good case. So I think that he proved that they were certainly overappraised, especially at that $1.3 million. So, does anybody have any other questions? Nope. Okay. So with no other questions, I make a motion that we grant the appellate's request to a value of $1,053,784. All in favor? Okay. The next one is number 69. This one is Richard Vinhas, 204 Lovers Lane. He also is appealing the town's value. The town has him at 204. The town now has him at $1,125,100. He'd like to go to $1,076,392. Same methodology, same reasoning. The only difference is that his condo is slightly larger at 3428. So because of that, he made his value a little bit higher.
So are we using the same square foot?
He's a little bit bigger square footage, so he.
We're using the same dollars
price
per
per
square
Same dollar per square foot,
Yeah.
yeah, same price per square foot. They all have the same price per square foot.
And otherwise, like the units are basic, like other than the size, the units are basically the same. There's no reason why one is somehow
desirable.
more desirable that it would.
No, they
higher
all have the
square
same
foot.
kind of backyard, like little area that they have, they could use the well, yep. Okay, any questions?
Yeah, do they have separate lots?
They can't have separate lots. They have, it's more like a duplex. They have what you might call in a condo like yours. So what is that, limited? They have, anybody can be on that property, but nobody is.
yeah.
I forgot what to call that.
Limited common.
That's it,
areas.
limited common area.
But
That kind of
I've
thing.
been through there and I didn't know who owned what and how that was set up.
There's also another
It's
complex there.
technically a condo.
Yep, there's another complex with a couple of units in it. They're
Yeah.
bigger and fancier.
Yeah.
There's
With
not these. These are not,
long
yeah.
parking.
Yep, these are not that unit. These are separate.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we grant the appellate's request at $1,076,392. All in favor? Unanimous. Next, this is appeal number 216. Excuse me. Harold and Susan Burke, 216. I'm sorry, it's not appeal 216, my mistake. It's appeal number 70. Trying to go too fast. Harold and Susan Burke, 216 Lovers Lane.
They all come together.
Yep, they all came as a group. They were a lovely group. We had a very nice time.
Neighbors who like each other.
They really, one guy, the last owner is the one who did all the analysis for them. Now, this one is 2,919 square feet, so it's a little bit
Buy him
smaller.
dinner.
Yeah, it's a little bit smaller. And they've got the same methodology, same square foot price, but because theirs is smaller, they're asking for a value of, town value, excuse me, $1,090,300. They're asking to go to 916,566.
I have 959,482.
Oh, they have on here, I'm looking at,
There's
there's a little asterisk there.
that's just showing the math.
That shows the square footage thing.
So it's 916.
566. Same
Because
stuff.
his square footage is under 3,000.
Right, he's under 3,000 square feet, that's why.
I'm ready to vote.
Anybody have anything? Okay, I make a motion that we grant the appellate's value at $916,566. All in favor? The last one of this group is appeal number 71. Joseph Gilbert, 220 Lovers Lane. Town value, $1,129,200. And he's asking for a value of $916,566. And now, this is the same square footage as the previous one, 2,919. But interestingly, the town's value is different.
Oh, my gosh.
The town value on the last one was $1,090,300. This one is $1,129,200.
Sorry.
No improvements, no nothing, no.
Basically the same.
Is he the first one in, or is he?
I don't know.
All
So,
right, let's get right to it.
okay, so I have nothing more to offer. I'm okay with it based on the methodology that was used. I think they've proven their case. I make a motion that we grant the appellate's value of $916,566. All in favor? Oh, aye.
Okay.
Good job, Paulette.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Thank you. Took me hours to figure that out because I just couldn't, but it worked out okay, so.
Which is such a noble thing to do. When you know the appellant has a case
And to sit there
and they're trying to get there, just go the extra mile and help them out and figure it out.
Yeah.
That's what we're
That's
tasked
what it is,
to
yeah,
do.
and unfortunately, I
I
don't
don't
know
care
that that
about the
always
bureaucratic
happens, so.
rules. If they didn't prove their case, don't do anything to help them. Nope. This is what we're called to do when we're elected.
Yeah, because it looks like they had a case, I just couldn't figure out what it was, so finally I did, and I was comfortable with it, so there we go. Okay, the next one is appeal number 74. This is not part of this, this is separate now. We're moving on. Nancy Jacobson, 50 Stone Ridge Way, Unit 2B as in boy. Town value, $835,800, and they're asking for a value of $801,000. Between 24 and 25, October of both, the highest price paid at Stone Ridge was $801,000, that's why they picked it. Other units sold for between $528 and $760. We believe the fair market value for theirs is the $801. They have comps here, sold comps.
And are they the same,
What
Yep.
unit are they?
They're they are 2B as in boy. Yeah. I believe they're a 3-bedroom unit.
they are?
And the other ones that had sold the Pecking Bat are also in there?
I'm not sure if all of them are 3 bedrooms, but the one they compare themselves to, the one that's mostly like theirs is.
Okay.
They have they have a list of.
They highlighted
There we go, I
it,
found it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, they highlighted it.
sold in September.
Sold in September of 2025 for $801.
No, thank you.
$1,000.
So I would say, to me, that would be, okay.
Is this what you were calling the Ridge earlier?
No.
No.
Ridge is up in Greenville.
It's just a single-family planned unit development kind of thing. This is different.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that.
This is Stone Ridge Way, yep. So based on the highest sale,
Wait, they also, wait, am I looking at the right one? They bought it in June of 2024 for $799. So, yeah.
yep.
What is that timestamp to?
Well, we don't have to because they have a comp.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I didn't have to make any adjustments because there's a sold comp, so. Okay, so I have no problem with this. Any questions?
Who listed that? Gina Hackett put it as, I know, that's the unit I sold. That was the Philbins. And then Gina Hackett bought it and then they resold it.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. She has it listed as Grassmere. Seriously?
Any questions? No? Okay, then I make a motion to grant the appellant's value of $801,000. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. My last one is, let's save the worst for the last. This one is appeal number 76. Oh, this is, I'm sorry, I'm thinking of a different one. This is easy. Appeal number 76. Lulu Dong and Mr. Chen.
And what?
His last, the first name on the other owner is Baosheng, and the last name is Chen, Chen. The address is 121 Robin Lane, single-family house.
Lulu.
Lulu's very nice, I've been on the phone several times. Okay. When they came in, I'm going to be totally honest about this appeal. When they came in, they came with 1 million pictures. Oh, I'm sorry, let me do the values. Town value at $962,300. They wanted to go down to $569,600.
Wow.
Now, when they came in,
398,720.
what?
I have 398,720.
You know what?
Probably
That's
assessed.
because they use the assessed.
That's
Okay, so what is it
With the
again?
appraised.
What is
Town's appraised value, $962,300. Their appraised value, $569,600.
So that's what they're asking for?
That's what they're asking.
Okay.
Well, that's what they were asking for.
Okay.
So when they came in, they had no comps or anything. They just had all these pictures and a list of all the improvements that needed to be made on the house. So the house is really not in good shape at all, okay? So they obviously didn't understand. There was a little bit of a language barrier. They really didn't understand what they were supposed to do. They just came in saying that my house can't be worth this because look at what the work it needs. So I suggested an appraisal. Rather than them pull comps, because I didn't think they were going to find them. I didn't think they knew how to find them, and I certainly wasn't going to do it for them. So I told them to get an appraisal, which they did. And then they submitted it to town hall. So the appraiser used Pepper Bush,
Okay, good.
Pepper Bush Lane, Oxbow Road, and Riverview Circle. Riverview Circle's a little bit further away, but the other two are fine. He also used Sunset and Carroll, the two on Carroll Road. Not crazy about the Sunset comp. I think this is a better location. Carroll Road is actually a better location,
Yeah.
much better location. And actually, all these, except for Pepperbush, I could care less what that street is, but the other ones, Oxbow and Riverview, they're all much better locations than this one. Okay? Making the adjustments that they usually make. The appraiser came up with a value of $800,000 for this house.
805, right?
805, I'm sorry, I'm not looking at it, I just guessed. 805. So I called Lulu on the phone to make sure that, because I hadn't talked to her since then, I said, you know, I want to make sure she understands what the new value is or what they want to go with. So I talked to her yesterday, and yes, she agreed and confirmed that the value now that they are asking is 805, exactly what the appraisal is.
Okay, so the
So
ask
now
amount
we're
is
going to have to-
805.
Now we're going to have to amend that.
Wait a minute.
I'm wondering why they're going with 805 when all the appraisal is. Oh, the appraisal said
Value is
805. I wonder why
It said
how
805.
they came to 805. When all the adjusted comps are
Oh, I sold 210 Carroll Road.
closer to 850.
I think part of the problem
It's
is
the condition.
I mean, what's typical?
condition is,
Isn't that factored in?
well, it's factored in, and usually there's an adjustment. It'll say that there's average condition, above average condition. Let me see what he has here.
These are all like listed as average conditions.
Well, Helene, you sold, for example, Helene, you sold one of those comps. You sold the one on Carroll Road.
Yeah, I mean,
Compared to what they're saying is the pictures they showed us in Carroll Road, that's not the same.
let me look at.
I would think Carroll Road's in better condition.
They also showed pictures of flooding.
Yeah, they have flooding on their property. Yeah. Yep.
So I'm just surprised, that's all, because
It's
usually,
not as good.
once they make the adjustments, the ask amount is usually pretty close to the kind of average
Yeah,
of the
yep.
comps in this.
So
$50,000
they went
lower,
from
that's all.
569.6 to,
To 801.
oh, okay.
805, excuse me, 805.
Yeah, well, I like it.
Here's why I have to like it, because there is no way that that house is worth 962,300.
Oh, I think we all agree with that.
That's a question.
Yeah, so that's not the question, so,
My only question is how the
Why not 8?
appraiser got to 804 from their own data, which would have I would have guessed they'd come to 845 or
But this
so.
also points out, you see, an appraiser's not going to be influenced by what the appellant wants. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, it's like, no, here's the true number. Here's what you
No,
really.
I understand. I'm just saying, like, the appraiser's
Why did they come up-
own
yeah.
number,
Where's the math? Where's the gap?
how
Like,
did they get from comps of 848, 845, and 854?
to 805.
How did they get to 805? That's all.
I think the mistake here is the condition. If he's saying that they're all in average condition, they might be average condition, but this one is certainly not average condition. This is below average condition.
Maybe he's then taking off the other repairs that they would
Yeah,
have.
probably taking it off at the end.
That construction was,
If it went to 850.
Yes.
I'm not, that's not a hill I'm gonna
I
die
know, no,
on.
I'm not gonna die on this hill either.
Yeah,
I just didn't know if you had,
That's what I think happened.
Based on your experience on what might have happened.
that's what I think happened, that he adjusted at the end, just said, okay, the amount of work, and actually, the amount of work that has to be done is way more than $50,000. You couldn't do that for $50,000, to today's prices.
Right.
I had somebody tell me today that they spent $24,000 to replace their roof on a Cape.
Well, they got ripped off.
Hey, what?
Well, Katie, her driveway was $40,000.
So they got ripped off.
Well, her driveway's big, but still $40,000, so. But anyway, that's besides the point. That's a waste of time, so.
So they're asking,
So now they've
69.
changed their ask to 805,
they did change it.
Based on the
That's a
appraisal.
new ask. Oh,
based on the appraisal.
A little more reasonable than 560.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, so do you have a motion?
I do. I make a motion that we grant the appellate's request of $805,000 even at the value. All in favor? Okay, and that's it for Wednesday. Done.
Do you have more you want to do now? Or
No.
done for now?
Oh,
Excuse me.
God bless you.
Thank you.
We take like a couple of minutes. break. I think you should have anybody else.
Okay.
I took a break.
Where are we at?
Time
10:21.
permitting, I guess. I'm a day behind as well, but I did go on Wednesday, so I probably could do, should I go pull my other ones, do you think, to do?
Thursday, you mean?
Well, no, the ones I did on whatever day that was, Monday, Sorry.
I know, sometimes I have to
How do you get
forget the
that to-
Wi-Fi and
like,
reconnect
connect
every time.
Just go to your settings and Wi-Fi. And
No, I know, but how do I get it to stop disconnecting?
I can't.
Every time I come back in, it disconnects. Maybe because it's a public, I don't know. It's annoying.
it happens here all the
Needless to
time.
say.
Yeah, it's annoying and I will survive. Okay, my first one is appeal number 735. Property address is 121 Roanoke Avenue. Property owner is Alexis and Sabrina DeRocha. I think I'm saying it right.
Probably do a little shake
I'm not sure.
if you did the good French.
The market value, the town has it appraised at $397,868, and the appellant is asking for $330,000. They did not give, it's a row house, so I don't know, you guys are probably more familiar with the area than I am. This particular unit has zero parking. They don't have a garage, they don't have a driveway, they have nothing. So it's just the street parking. They have to I don't want to say fight with neighbors who do have driveways, who still also then put cones out in the street to save spots. And so apparently
Turf wars. up
police
there.
have been called, it's just not.
Wow.
It's for those, especially who don't have a driveway or a garage, it is an issue. They said, the driveway was an issue. They have no closets anywhere on the first floor. She said there isn't an HOA, but the neighborhood is almost run as I don't want to use the word commune, but that's kind of what it sounded like. It was majority rule on things that happen in that area. So it makes getting improvements or things difficult. This unit is a middle row house, so even if they wanted to do any work to their backyard, they would need to get access through the other backyard properties, so not their own. So that is also an issue, just that there's original clay sewer pipes that and capital WHEN, they need to get replaced, not an if.
When was this built?
Well, if the roof is 100 years old, the house is built in 1918.
These were built for the
Yeah.
GE workers when they were working on the railroads. Yeah, these were all built for the workers, these little.
So now, no comps in particular were given, but I'd argue it is very difficult to find another row house. That's a middle unit, so
We did a bunch of row
really.
houses the other day, though. How did we end up?
I don't know which ones those were.
How do you find row houses?
Well, it's a very specific area in Grassmere, but there was one for $325 that sold in January of '24. What's the condition of hers in the inside?
No improvements have been made to this unit. They, like I said, they were saying there are no closets. The kitchens have not been touched. The bathroom has not been touched. That's really all they didn't have a lot more.
The one that sold in January of '24 at 72 Roanoke, that one was unique in that it was detached. It was
That's right, that was a
single
single
family.
landing.
However, it needed a ton of work. It listed for $369 and it only sold for $325, which is very unusual in this market.
It's about what they're asking.
And they're
for.
asking for $330,000.
Was
Yeah,
that an appeal or that was a comp that you had found? Okay.
that was a comp, but that was we talked about this property the other night.
Right, 'cause we were looking at
if that was
one
an
that-
appeal or not. Let me just look.
We were looking at one that also didn't have a driveway or
I don't
anything.
think I was there for that. Sorry, I missed those conversations.
The two on Roanoke that came before us were 92 and 121.
Okay, do we remember, Stephanie, do we know what we did with those?
I'm sorry, what was the number?
92.
The 92 Roanoke
Maybe
Ave.
the appeal numbers.
Or the appeal-
92 and 121.
No, those are the street addresses,
Oh,
but.
you know, the appeal
You
number?
want the appeal numbers 410 and
This is
735.
from last time, or what night was this?
We just did one on Wednesday night. It was either 410 or 735.
410 and 735, you said?
Yeah, go through the appeal numbers.
Yep. I apologize because I didn't get there till, I think that was if that was Monday, I got there later, or Thursday, whatever day it was, I was later. That being said, I didn't think it was an unreasonable ask at the 330, but I also have in my notes here that I could also be convinced at 350, but if that would be a hard, like,
Well,
I need someone to push me there a little bit, but I could 350. But if you're telling me the other one sold for 325 and needed a ton of work and went for less than what it was listed for.
but it's also, that was also bigger too. It was 1450.
Okay,
I mean,
so then I could get to the-
I showed it and I remember thinking, wow, this is, because those 2-bedroom ones over there are so tight. And they're, you know, when you're in a middle unit, there's no windows, as you know, on the sides, and you're already 1,219 square feet. It's tiny.
Tight.
This one's only 1,000 square feet.
Yes.
Oh,
That's tight.
Yeah.
1,000 square feet, okay, oh, yeah.
Well,
So,
it shouldn't be any more than 325 then.
I mean, I'm okay with 330.
330, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
350, I could do 350.
right, I mean, I could have gotten there, but I wasn't dying to go there. But like, I figured if there was any sort of resistance in the spirit of full disclosure, I could, but I would rather the 330, to be honest. But,
I'd rather see three, I mean, the thing is, what would the other one, what the other one sell for?
And also,
325.
Yeah, this one's small.
That
This one's small.
single family had parking.
Yeah, this one has nothing. They were like, that was the big
Parking
issue.
for three, that parking for 3 cars.
No, they don't even have a driveway.
Yeah, I'm
The other
okay.
thing I noticed
330.
said the roof is original.
Yeah, they said the
100
roof is
years old.
100 years old.
Roofs don't last.
Well, that's what she said. So like, that's,
They're slate.
yeah.
It's like, okay.
Unfinished basement that floods, poor drainage. I mean, you name it.
Yeah, I could do 330.
Okay, so yes, I move to grant the appellant's request to reduce the appraised value of the property from 397,868 to 330,000.
Yep,
All in favor? All opposed?
Okay,
let's remember that.
Yeah.
right, okay, right. They're probably not the last ones to do that, but I apologies that I missed that other one. Okay,
Worries.
the next one is 725. The address is 12 Chestnut Street. Okay, this one is interesting. The property owner, it's under CLB Holdings LLC. And the town has it appraised at 406,779, and the appellant is asking for $100,000.
Wait,
Okay.
406,
406,779,
and they're asking for 100.
100,000, okay?
All
Oh,
you
it's
do is
just
get
that.
a crappy piece of land for that
So
amount.
this one is interesting in that there is a floodway on the property apparently that makes it unbuildable. But when they purchased it, they were told something completely different. And in the files, if you want, there's the survey with the floodplain or whatever, and he also talks about how when he originally bought the parcel, it showed them plans on how it could be subdivided and all this other stuff. So he bought it under the pretense of he could do all this stuff with it. Then he goes and finds out without any sort of notice that there's this floodplain on the property, so it has rendered it relatively useless to him.
I'm glad you're not his realtor.
So, yeah. I don't know how that happens. I don't know how that doesn't come up in some sort of title search. I'm not sure, but that is what the appellant swore to when he told us, when he came to,
Got a survey in here and everything.
yes, he does. He has, and if you want it, I have the original one. You can have do whatever you want.
Is this one of those ones?
Yeah, can I see that?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I
No,
won't-
that's okay. I don't trust that I can
It's the original.
shove it all the way down to you.
It's the original what?
They stay.
Oh, the
Is this the?
survey, like you can unfold it.
Come on.
Bigger.
Oh, there's like,
When I look at it, they stay.
There's like teensy
Just take it
weensy
off.
corner of the property that's
Is
wet.
that area right across?
No, but it's not wetlands though, it's this floodplain.
from there.
So that's why if you
What
look
I
at that,
think
you
over
can
there,
see
it's like-
where, so I don't know if they scanned that in, let me see if it's scanned on there. Sorry, let me
It's a
pull it
pity.
up.
Oh, yes, it's long, narrow piece.
Yeah, that's where it is.
Yeah.
It's across from the old Handy and Harmon.
But like on there, you can see where the floodplain is, I think.
Floodway.
Yeah, the floodway.
Yeah.
It runs right through,
Oh, this look, it runs right through the whole
it
property.
runs right through the whole
Right
thing.
through the middle of the house.
Right.
I never.
Okay, we're gonna put, there's no house. Proposed dwelling.
Is there a house?
No, it's a proposed dwelling. It's not there. It's what they were going to do, but not with that floodway there.
Yeah, it's vacant land.
So it is vacant
It's
land.
vacant right now. Right, but with that there,
Yep.
you can't do anything with it. Yeah,
Check it out. Here, take the rest
that's
of
the
it.
rest of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had to separate it because you couldn't.
Yeah, no,
open-
that's
you
fine.
couldn't Open the survey.
I think I have another, I have a binder for you. So that blue line that's dotted all the way through there, that floodway is, and they were told
So what does that mean exactly?
it's unbuildable.
Can't build on it.
Can't build on
The
it.
waterway, the floodway goes right through the center of the
Yeah,
property.
it's not a,
You
it's
can't- Where are you gonna put anything?
different than a wetlands.
Honestly, they're gonna get rid of that.
Well-
No one's gonna want it.
Yeah.
So that's
That's
why he came up,
ridiculous.
I mean, but this was one where in my, normally I have like my partial values and whatever. This one I was like, we need a consensus on this one because I genuinely didn't know what to do.
The town reduced
Like,
it.
how does that not come up when you're buying?
Well, that's what he said. He said he bought it in
A lot of these guys,
2011.
town reduced it, or the, Tyler reduced him to 284, is that right?
Oh, I don't know. Did they already? Because I had put the 406.
Oh, no, he put his assessed value there.
Yeah. Yeah.
They buy it on their own. They don't use realtors, they don't do anything. And I don't know how a lawyer or a title search company didn't see this, but.
That's what I'm, like, it's just,
That's why you use a lawyer.
Yeah, but, and most of the, don't you
Right, I'm
have to
ready
use
to
a lawyer in
vote.
Connecticut?
so. And then, so it also in here, sorry, I'm just pulling it up. It has the documentation from, at the time, it was Chestnut Street Parcel B, which is now 12 Chestnut. And it says conditions, it says for single family house, footprint no longer than 20, it gave him all the things, be at least 3 stories high, no accessory structure. So this was his documentation that, yes, I could do something with it when I bought it, but now I cannot, hence it is useless to me.
He bought it for $100,000 and.
Right, and that's-
25.
And that's what he's saying. I mean, he had literally said, I would take it to 0, but I'm at least gonna ask for what I paid for it.
Yeah.
But,
Because guess what? He'll never be able to get rid of
Never
it.
get- that's
So
it.
he'll own that
It's
and pay
forever.
taxes on it
forever,
forever.
in perpetuity,
He
yeah,
should just donate it.
Yeah, they should, but the town probably
to the
doesn't.
Audubon or something, yeah,
Yeah, you could donate it.
yeah.
I don't
Well,
even
you can
know
only
that-
donate it if they'll take it. They might
No
not
one
take
would
it.
want- They don't want it.
The town might not want it.
That's right.
It's taxes.
I agree with
Yeah,
you.
right.
It's taxes, yeah.
So, again, this
So
one I'm
that's-
uncomfortable with, but I feel like there's enough smart people in the room that we can come up with something.
So that floodplain thing wouldn't show up on the wetlands maps.
No, because it's different. It's not the same. That's what he said. And I have another one that.
Yeah, that is different.
It is different.
Okay.
Because it's not a floodplain, it's a floodway.
Yes.
And everybody, you all know where this is, right? Like when you go past Stop and Shop and you're going up that ramp and as if you're gonna go down the hill to, it's on the right side, there's some houses in there.
Yeah, it's like
There's
a-
like you pull off in there, it's a really
It's
tricky.
kind of creepy in there, to be honest.
Yeah. So,
And
I
honestly,
mean,
even the guy next door wouldn't want it, you know?
I'm inclined to grant it to him just because I see 0 value in this land.
Well, is the guy next door also in that floodway or it only runs through this?
Looks like it only runs through that one.
Right. So the guy next door, it could be valuable to him because it would give him, he'd still get the coverage.
Yeah, and he
So
would,
it- but that's
and guess
not
what? He
zero.
wouldn't even pay 100,000 for it.
Yeah, because you know the guy's desperate.
Maybe
He's
he'd
certainly
pay
not
50
paying
for it.
400,000.
Oh, my God.
Right. Well, and there's got to be a reason why it was sold for $100,000.
Well, he thought he could put a house on it.
Look at it this way, what property sells for $100,000 around here? None.
So,
Mine
All
is,
right,
I'm gonna move to grant the appellant's request to reduce the appraised value of the property from, what did I say, 400,000? No, sorry, let me get the exact number, yep.
406.
406,779 to 100,000.
All in favor?
All in favor?
We're not done, you
Oh,
only
sorry.
Yeah.
Laura?
All opposed.
All opposed?
I already had my
I'm
hand
gonna
up.
oppose it because it just
Okay.
even still seems like
I know, again, it's, but, you don't even like the 100,000, or
It
you're
just
saying
seems
it
too
seems
low to
too
me.
low? Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. It
You
passed.
could put a house in there, who the hell's gonna live there?
Right.
I see a
That's-
town value of 284,745.
I know, but they wrote the assessed value.
Oh,
Go
where are you
go
going
over that
today?
overpass, yeah.
Where are you going?
Okay, next one is number 52. This is, the address is 109/111 Kenwood Avenue,
What a beautiful spot.
okay? This is, I'm sorry, the town has it appraised at 714,100, and the appellant is asking for 659,000. Oh, I'm sorry, the address is 109 Kenwood Avenue. The owner was 109/111 Kenwood Avenue LLC. So, sorry about that. So the appellant says this is unique for Fairfield in that it is a 4-unit multifamily, which I guess is not as common having. The subject property has 4 one-bedroom, 1-bath units. So I will defer to you guys to let me know if that really is rare, but that's what, they gave the closest comp, but they said this one had 2 more bedrooms because it was 84 Longview Avenue. They said that is their closest comp but it has 1 3-bedroom unit and then 3 1-bed, 2-bath. And then 1 3-bed unit and then 3 1-bedroom units. So technically they have 2 more bedrooms than the subject property, but still 4 units in total. Subject property has 2,904 square feet. The closest comp was 3,238. That closest comp, while bigger with 2 more bedrooms, was appraised at 660,000, and the subject property was appraised at 714,100. So if we look at nothing else, just, number of bedrooms, square footage, there's no reason why the subject property should be valued at more than that one. I don't have any sales comps that he gave, nor that I could find because it's such a
You're
specific.
not going to find it.
Yes.
You're not going to find it.
And then I did look at just to find he gave for reference 3-unit buildings just to take a look at. One of which was 24 Churchill Street and the other one was 36 Churchill Street. Both of those were also appraised at around an average of 633. So I am comfortable with the 659 being closer, and there's absolutely no reason that I can see to justify why the subject property would be 714 versus at least the 660 of the other one. So he's effectively asking for 660 and 659. So I am comfortable with the 659 just based on the very few comps that he gave, and that there's really not much out there. I don't think it's an unreasonable ask.
I am too.
I'm okay with it.
So I'm ready to make a motion.
I understand.
Sorry.
We
and then
don't
did you
have
have a
the, we
question?
don't have the data, but I'm just curious,
Yeah.
why are these, these 4-bedroom multifamily 4
Unit.
family units, why are these handled like residential properties as opposed to commercial properties where they would be valued based on the revenue?
What's the criteria? Like, how many, is it 5
don't know.
units,
You're
6
right.
units? Like, what's the?
Well, why, no, why would they be? It's the one owner paying all the taxes on it.
Yeah, but
So, just because it's an income property, we've always done rentals as.
This way, okay, I'm just curious.
Whether it's
How many units
whether it's a
is it?
single-family rental or a
But I
multifamily.
thought the same thing when I was doing some of them. If these are all income-producing properties, why are they Why are they being treated like they're owner-occupied, single-family houses or?
I had some multifamilies, and I did ask them about, well, what kind of rent they get and what their, carrying costs are, just because I think it's still an interesting metric to.
But then you'd have to make the distinction between a single-family rental and a multifamily
Right.
rental, you know?
What I don't understand is, if we're supposed to be, if the whole point of this is to find fair market value, where did the assessor get comps for this?
I don't know. I don't know what got.
You find fair market value.
Curious what, what they did with vision appraisal.
I mean, there are some, like I have one that's a 4-unit multifamily. I'm trying to find which one it was.
Let's see what they used.
I had one that was over like Suburban Avenue that,
Fairchild Avenue, 595, Grassmere,
more
685,
than one.
Dalewood, 670, Longview, 581, 780,
So what-
Churchill, 565, and Harris Street, 580. Most of these are in the 500s. And
So where
he's
did they
asking
get
for
this?
659.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't think it was unreasonable. So.
Not at all.
You know what, not to go further along, but if you think further out, like at 714, he's got 4 one-bedroom units. How much is he renting those units for? Probably not that much. So if he had to pay taxes, it'd be like, it's not worth it for them. They can't rent them. They won't be able to rent them. Which was a guy that I had come to me and said, I can't rent my units for what I would have to rent them to get to pay.
Just to pay the taxes, just to clear, not even break even.
Right. Because they're looking for that 6% cap rate and you're not getting it.
And honestly, people that are getting the rentals, taking the rentals on that street, they're not paying a lot of money.
No, they're not. They're
They're
definitely
just
not. No. This is like, I need a place to sleep.
Gotcha.
They've
I
got
need to get off the
cement,
street,
they've got
yeah.
cement trucks going up and down that street all day long.
Yeah, that is not a,
Yeah, I mean, they're not asking for a massive.
No.
I don't think they're asking for too much, and again,
Let's vote.
in light of, I think it's reasonable. So I move to grant the appellant's request to reduce the appraised value of the property from $714,100 to $659,000. All in favor?
excellent.
Okay. Done. All right, next one is 432. Property address is 51 Highlawn Road. Owner is David and Inez Allen. Town's value is $1,295,100, and the appellant is asking for $950,000. See my notes here. So the backup does have a great deal of analysis and explanations. There is the only sales comp that comes close to the town's valuation, like anywhere close, is at 1018 High Street, 1018 High Street, which has had many renovations and upgrades. That one is 2,300 square feet as opposed to the subject property, which is a little bit bigger at 2,680. And that 1018 High Street was recently, it sold for 1.1 million in December of 2024. It has appraised this year for 1.2 million, 1,203,800. So it's at the 1.2. Again, totally renovated. The description from the appellant was that it was superior updates. It doesn't have a finished basement, but it has a modern bath, kitchen, and better condition than the subject. It's smaller than the subject and does have a smaller patio, for what that's worth. But again, lots of modernization, and that one appraised at 1.2.
I'm sorry, which one was that again?
That's 1018 High Street. The one that the appellant gave as that they're considering the best comp that's identical to the subject is 65 Highlawn Road. Unfortunately, the sale date on that is, I don't want to say useless, but it was back in 2017. So, but square footage wise, within 100 square feet. Same number of bedrooms, same number of bathrooms. The lot square footage is a little bit smaller on the comp than the subject, but that one appraised at $1,059,600.
What's the last sale amount?
It was for 812,000, but that was back in 2017.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
And the appraisal?
And the appraisal was $1,059,600. So, of course, I had to do all my averages and all that good stuff. But, so even with the renovated sales price, the average sales price for the 4 comps in that period was $862, but that included, the older one that really should not be in there. Other comps listed were 38 Pepperbush. I'm not sure, I don't really know if that's a good comp. The sales price was $850 in September of 2025.
High Street one,
With the renovations?
yeah, but the location on High Street is.
No, it's the upper part of High Street, which is much nicer, and it's very near High Lawn. It's not lower High Street.
Well, they have 2 comps on High Street. One is 1018, that's the one I was talking about earlier.
1018 doesn't look, wait, if that's where I think it is, that's like at a really busy intersection at Osborne Hill. Oh, no, it's yeah.
And
No,
another one
the
they
other
gave was
No,
1009 High
it's
Street.
it's near Oakwood.
Okay, sorry. That was-
Upper.
There is another one that at 1009 High Street that she gave, that's smaller living area, doesn't have AC, it has a smaller patio. That one sold for only $810 in November of 2025. So, but that is smaller, it's about 400 square feet smaller than the subject property, but same number of bedrooms, same number of baths, all that good stuff. Again, if I average all those together, I get something a little bit smaller than the subject property, about 2,300 square feet as opposed to 2,680 on the subject, and an appraised value of $1,041,041 as opposed to the subject property, which is at $1.295 million. For all 5 of the comps, the average valuation is the 1,044,840. And if I exclude the 1018 High Street because it had all the renovations, that would be about $1,005,100. So since the subject property was slightly larger than the average, I could justify grossing up that number. I got to a number of $1,025,000.
Yeah, and the one at 950, or I'm sorry, the one at 38 Pepperbush. It had an semi-updated kitchen, but the bathrooms were old. All the woodwork in there that was John Shea's listing. All the
Okay.
woodwork was stained, and it definitely had a dated look to it. And if I recall, the outside shingling on that house was all one of those weird.
Oh, I know what you mean, yeah, that's
ones
what they have there, those ugly.
Gotcha. So that one sold back in September for $850.
Which one was that?
That 38 Pepperbush. And it had that one, not that it matters, but whatever, it's a data point. That one appraised at $1,900,000
The new valuation.
of 38 Pepperbush did.
The new
1 million.
valuation.
$1,900,000.
Oh, 1,009,000.
Yes,
the town
not
says it
1.9,
is.
it's 1,000.
I don't care what the town says it is.
Yeah,
but
that's
it
fine.
Sold for it sold
Yeah,
for.
it sold for $850, yes.
Yeah,
Right, which is a significant
yeah.
over what they bought it for at $850. So,
between-
I would just say, like, compared to the High Street ones, I would just think that High Street you'd have to adjust up a little bit for High Lawn. I mean, just because High Street is a busy cut through kind of road. High Lawn is definitely, like, I'd prefer to live on High Lawn than on High Street.
so they were asking for $950. I couldn't get there, to be honest. I don't know if anybody else feels that that's too low or if they're comfortable with it. I mean, it's not enough of a difference between what I was more comfortable with around the $1,025,000. But if someone thinks that's outrageous, that's a conversation I could also entertain. But that's just kind of where I got. But I don't have the 30 years of real estate expertise under my belt to have a sense of if that's as fair as.
Look at this one more time.
It's certainly not almost 1.3. Okay, so that I can at least, so I would like to grant something in part. So,
What about 214 High Lawn Road?
that did not make it into my analysis and it was not offered as a comp, but I'm happy to look at it. So what are the stats on that one?
It's like it sold in March of 25. That's gotta be, this has to be like new construction or something.
Let's see.
It's sold for 1.7.
What was the address again?
214 High Lawn. No, I didn't realize that it's sold.
Yep.
It's a huge sale, 1.7 million, there's something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was bought for 475 in May of
Oh, it's a new
2024.
construction.
Yeah, it's,
Never mind,
yeah,
scratch that.
that's not a good comp, yeah. So, I mean, if you want to take a look at it just for what the land was worth back in 2024, because
Right.
clearly they bought it to tear it down, it was purchased for 475 in May of 2024. For what that's worth. And now the land is being valued at, I have that here. Land is being valued at 657. So that seems fair enough to me, almost maybe even too high, but
I could get to that million. What'd you say,
you can
million?
get to the 950 that they're asking for. Oh, 1025. 1025.
Yeah.
Does that seem like a number that is
Yep.
I think that's better than.
okay?
Instead of the 950.
Instead of the 950, I got to 1025. So unless anybody has any questions, I'm going to move to grant the appellant's request in part and reduce the appraised value of the property from $1,295,100 to $1,025,000. All in favor? Okay.
So that's 1000025.
It is 1025000. Okay. Next one is 465. Property address is 139 Fairwood Avenue.
Fairview.
Fairview Avenue. Sorry, misspoke. The town has an appraised value of $1,050,300, and the appellant is asking for $928,600. The owner is James and Kelly Mead. They have been in this home for 22 years. For what it's worth, they have an autistic son who has they spend a lot of money, their financial burden is there, so they put no money into the home. This home has been untouched. Bathrooms, kitchen, deck, and driveway all need repairs. There's pictures of the kitchen that has original cabinets. The bath and the cracked driveway, all pictures of that are attached to the file. I don't know if they scan them in here or not. Yes, they're all in here if you'd like to see some of them.
Can I just check, you said it was 165, was the?
No, 465 is the appeal
I'm
number.
getting.
So the owner, referenced, the way he got to his math was he took what Zillow had said the property was worth I know that we have opinions on Zillow, but I'm just letting you know how he got to his number. Was the Zillow number was 986,100, and then he netted out for what he felt the repairs were going to be. And if we're being honest, I think the numbers he gave were pretty conservative. So he said to do all 3 baths, he said that would be about $30,000. He said to redo the kitchen.
3?
Yes.
How about 30,000 each?
I know, and then he said to do the kitchen would be 15,000. And so,
45.
I'm just saying, so he didn't make unreasonable adjustments in my opinion. The driveway, he said, would be about 10,000. That's maybe.
That's a really small drive.
What did
Yeah.
Katie say?
And then the deck, he said 2,500. So if he nets all those out of what Zillow says his house is worth, that's how he gets to the 928,600. 928,600.
No,
Oh, the
total
total.
estimate of all these repairs.
The total repairs is 57,500.
And he didn't even mention his location. He's.
Nope, doesn't even talk about it. Yeah,
The noise from the highway is deafening.
gotcha.
Does he have anything on his field card for that?
But you can't take one for one on, like, you can't just, I mean,
Right, no, I'm just telling you that's how he got to his
Right, no, I-
valuation.
He has nothing on his field card for location adjustment. That's interesting.
I did look at, I can't remember if he put it in here or not, or if I took it on my own. The only other thing that popped up as a sale that would be comparable, except it has an extra bedroom, and was at 407 Meadowbrook Road, but that sold for 1.15 million. So I think that's probably what's being used in his valuation to increase it the way that it did. But it is comparable in square footage. The subject is 2408, the 407 Meadowbrook is 2440. 407 Meadowbrook does have an extra bedroom, and lot size is effectively the same. But now that, while 407 Meadowbrook did sell at 1.15 in July of 2025, clearly there was, I don't want to say an issue there, but it is now currently only appraised at 945,700. So he either overpaid, I don't know what the story was there, but for whatever reason, the town is even saying that property is not worth
Yeah.
1150 anymore. So I'm reluctant to use that sales price as a comp, given that the town is even kind of acknowledging that it was not correct. So
You could
since,
use its appraised, we could use its
right,
appraised
so its appraised
as a
value
comp.
is at 945.
Okay.
And the subject is asking for 928,600, which I think is fair, given the condition and that it has one less bedroom than that comp. So I was comfortable with the ask, even though we can go back and forth about whether or not the numbers he used, how he got there, but I'm still fine with the number that he got.
Yep.
So, does anybody have any other questions on that?
I wish he had an appraisal or something, because I
Right.
feel like he hasn't. I mean, they paid $739 for that house like 20 years ago. Like,
And hasn't touched it since.
right, but there's still been appreciation.
Of the land.
I mean, I haven't touched my house in 20 years, and it's still gone up quite a bit.
Right.
Remember, houses don't always go up every year, depending on what, when he bought it, 20 years ago, that was what?
2004
2000,
he
okay.
bought it.
So what was happening in 2000? We don't know. Did the
Yeah,
houses go
2004.
up, down, up and, houses went down for a while. They went up in
Right.
2008.
In 2007, I know they went down.
Don't,
No, it took me years for my house to go up, for years.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's only been recently that the house has gone
Right.
up in
It
value.
took what?
Years for my house to go up in value.
Right.
And at the ask of 928,600, for what it's worth, that's still an increase of about 33% year over year. So he's not asking for a reduction. Yes, it is less than, I guess, what the town average is, but again, given the condition of the property, I'm
it's not an average condition. so-
comfortable with that
And
ask.
I'm sure having an autistic son, it's all.
Yeah, I know. I feel
Yeah,
like
Probably a mess inside, yeah.
well, just, I know sympathy is not supposed to be part of our, and it's not. I can justify the math and I can stand by this number. Yes. So I'm comfortable
The
with.
reason why he hasn't done any work on it is
No, I know it's irrelevant.
But he hasn't done any work on it.
Don't they work?
That's what we point to.
So unless anybody else has any questions or things they want to discuss, I'm ready to make a motion on that.
Yeah, good.
Okay? So I move to grant the appellant's request to reduce the appraised value of the property from $1,050,300 to $928,600. All in favor? Okay, all opposed? Okay. The next one I had on my list was 642, but I think it was a no-show. So unless anybody else heard it or whatnot, I didn't have anything in my files on 642. So if you want to take, if not, I can add it to another date. I'm just not ready to do that one today. So so the next one I can do is 968, but this is one that I'm going to adjust my notes on because this is the one that's also in Tanaka Park.
What's the
The appeal number is 968.
Can I just ask a question?
Yeah.
If that turned out not to be a no-show, and none of us can remember
It
whether
was, it was a no-show and not rescheduled for some reason.
Is there a way to check that with the town?
Yeah. I have
There's
it on the
nothing
list
scanned
right here.
in the, yeah.
I have the master list.
Gotcha.
Of all the
Okay.
schedules, and it was marked as a no-show. They must have they did attempt to reschedule all the no-shows, and they must not have responded.
Okay.
Okay.
So we just, that's what, I'm just wondering if we
Can
can.
I see that one?
This one? Yeah.
Just write it down. Get up part.
So, again, I might have to do some back of the envelope math now to take out that adjustment to my number.
The number?
The appeal number is 968.
Oh, this is the one you're doing now?
Yes, that's the one.
I was looking for the one that didn't, with the no-show.
Oh, no, I didn't pull that one.
okay.
Because I didn't even, I'm sorry, I didn't pull it, sorry. 968, sorry, the property address is 12 Stony Brook, is it just Stony Brook Road? Is it, because it doesn't say it on here. Yeah, so it doesn't say it on here, but Stony Brook Road. The owner is Amy and Christopher Bolish, Bolash. And the town's value is at $1,178,125, and the appellant is asking for $985,000. So, the appellant said that it's listed as a 4-bath, but one of those bathrooms got ruined and is unusable, and attached photos of what nobody in this room would consider a usable bathroom. So, I don't know how you update that on the field card, or if that's just adjustments we make here for there is an
The
unusable.
question is, do they plan to?
I didn't ask, but it is clearly not a usable bathroom. He says it's a less desirable lot, and he put a little map of the intersection of where it is. He says it's at an intersection of busy streets, and there's like a quick, tiny little map.
He's on the corner, right?
Yeah, he is
Yes,
on the corner.
yes.
He's right across the street from.
I know.
He also, so he just put a little thing there. I said, and then he said, many of the homes around him have had significant upgrades or improved over the last 10 to 20 years. He quite literally gave a list this many long of comps, okay? Where the yellow ones are all the 4 and 5 bedroom, is that what he did? Yeah, 4 and 5 bedroom ones that are also, actually, no, not the same grade as him, because he did put an A in there. So there's all 4 and 5 bedrooms. So I put, let's see.
4-bedroom?
The subject property is 4 bedrooms, 4 baths. And so there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and that's what I have, 1, 2, 3.
4 bedrooms, how many baths?
4.
4 baths,
But
but
one-
one bath.
but one bath is not
decommissioned.
functional.
1 bath is in question.
So it's really
Figured out.
like 3.
But it's technically, the plumbing is there. 4,
Yes.
4.
I
Right.
have to say, I'll do it now too. so you
Oh,
have to
instead
say.
of.
So of the 8, now unfortunately, none of these were also sales comps. He was just giving comps of comparable properties. So he didn't give me anything to compare sales price wise.
Which is what we need.
But if I look at just the,
Chanica Park.
and if I look at just the ones he highlighted on here, which were the 8 others that were 4 or 5 bedrooms, their average appraisal was like 1.4 million, and the subject property is only 1.178. So this one I struggled with a little bit because I really couldn't get there, but that's why I'm saying I need to do some back of the envelope math on the Tanaka Park premium that is being applied to the property. So, because in fairness then, all of the ones I'm comparing them to are also, I don't know, actually, I take that back. Would Glen Arden Drive be getting that premium? Let me look up one of
Yes,
their,
I think it is.
let me look up one of their field
Part
cards.
of Chanica Park.
So the
846.
the comps all given, at least that I'm looking at that he compared there, 1, 2, 3, 4 of them are on Glen Arden Drive. One of them is on two are on Rock Major Road, and then 2 are also
Rock
on,
Major's part of it.
and then 2 others are on Stony Brook Road. So to just blanketly then compare appraisal to appraisal, probably, I mean, I guess they all have the same premium in there, but I would have to do a little extra math there. So, go ahead.
Sorry, what did he say about his lot? He said it's not.
He said it's not as desirable because it's busier than the other ones, because it's at the intersection of 3 streets.
What are the 3 best comps, would you say?
So the 3 best ones that are 4 bedrooms, so there was none that were 4 bedrooms, 4 baths, but there was a 4 and a 3 that were, all these other ones are bigger, to be honest, because the average of the ones he gave us, the average square footage was 3,687. He's only at 2,703. The only other one of the ones he gave me that was also a Cape, everything else was a Colonial. Yeah. The other one that was a Cape would have been 141 Glen Arden Drive, which is a 5-bedroom, but only 2 full, 1 half baths. And that was appraised at 1.2 million and change. So just doing the comparison of other comps that he gave me, I genuinely could not get to his number. I could not. I tried every way to slice and dice.
That didn't sell, right?
No, he didn't give me these as comp sales. None of these have sold recently. These were all just comparing, I think, the appraised values, and his was smaller than these. And so I genuinely don't know how he got to the 985. I don't know if we were just shooting low on hoping to find some middle ground somewhere. But
well, even if you just took off the Tanica Park extra 1.15, that brings him to $1,050,988.
okay,
Doing what?
Oh, I don't know how I got
Take
this
off
idea
that-
number, but close enough.
if you take off that premium, that Tanaka Park one that we took off the other one,
That brings his land down to $846,988.
okay.
Which makes sense.
And then you add in that, I mean, that's, because I feel like he hasn't given us any solds.
He
really.
didn't. And so then I did look at some of the other properties that he put on here that weren't highlighted. I said, because the other ones were bigger. So if I tried to find ones that were closer to his size, they were all on Stony Brook. So 14 Stony Brook, 15 Stony Brook, 56, 80, and 214. Those all averaged out to about 2,500 square feet, which is closer. Now that's a little smaller than the subject property, which was at 2,700. And their appraised value was at 1.1 million. And that's, basically where the Stony Brook one was valued by the town. So I can get behind that. I still think they're all overly inflated. So, but it's not that his increase seemed to me to be inequitable to the other ones that he provided. But I am in favor of getting rid of that premium, A, to be consistent, and B, because I do think it needs to just go away.
If we took the premium off, like Colleen said,
Right.
we get to the 846,988.
And you add back in,
But you have to add back in the other stuff. But he's also complaining that he's on a busy corner with traffic, which he is. Jennings Road is really busy. So if we gave him a discount for traffic at a small percentage, that would bring his land down a little bit more.
5%?
We can give him 5%. I was going to give him
That's
10, but we can give him
typically
5.
what,
If that's what, if 5 is what typically they get, then we'll give him 5. So we have to go to the,
I mean, it's not like highway noise.
right, that's true. So we have to go to the 846, 988, minus 5%, 804,638. So 804,638.
That's with,
Add in the 204.
that's just the land.
Add in the
That's-
204 plus
that's just the land only.
200.
Yeah, with the traffic
Adjusted.
You're right.
adjusted for traffic and for the Tanaka Park.
That's $1,000,000.
Could somebody explain
638.
Tanaka Park to me?
I don't think, it's a little neighborhood. It's like, it's what, a couple of streets?
Yeah.
It's
I
not,
mean,
and it's not like all enclosed. For example, Stony Brook is a little, I don't know, I want to call it a horseshoe, but then it's not like, for example, Winton Park has 3 streets. They all intersect with it. It's like a little enclave. Tanaka Park isn't like that. Glen Arden is a road that just cuts off of Jennings. There's no like enclavey little thing there.
no.
And so I don't understand what the big deal about Tanaka Park is. It's just
Well,
a neighborhood.
the only reason it has a name to it is because it has a tennis court wedged in the middle, somewhere in the middle of that neighborhood, there's a tennis court.
Is it
And that's the
specifically for
only thing, I'll
that
bet
day?
you 90% of the people that live in
Don't
there
even-
don't even use
They don't
it.
even know
And is it
what
for the people in that neighborhood, or is it a town tennis court?
No, you can't,
So, and so
They
they
pay
have,
taxes on that land.
you can't preserve those.
So would you like ever market a property as saying in beautiful Tunica Park, or you would do it, okay?
You also sell a one-bedroom bungalow as the
University.
Taj Mahal.
you say Chanica Park and they know where it is.
Who can use the tennis court?
The people
Chanica Park.
The other thing about Tanica Park that a lot of people don't know, is I don't, and it's certainly not like this anymore, I don't think, is that they had a little rule in there. But the one thing they do have is they had a little rule about, they wanted to keep out, a long time ago in the 30s, they wanted to keep out a certain, what they would consider to be undesirable group of people. And they
Bylaws.
Bylaws, but they don't have that anymore. Can't have that now, but that's what they had.
Right.
Can't
So
do
wait,
that.
so is that 15% adjustment to cover the tax on this common land?
150% adjustment.
The 15, the
No,
1.15?
no,
So how did they get taxed on this shared
I don't know, but they
land?
do. It might, maybe, I don't know if he breaks it up and says, okay, it's this amount of square footage, and we give everybody a chunk of it. I don't know how he does
I
it.
mean, they have a homeowners association and.
Well, they don't, I don't, do they have it? I
HOA doesn't pay.
Don't they have a
don't think they do. Witten Park does.
But don't
I don't
they
think
pay
Well, they
Park
have,
does.
so it's like an understood rule, they want you to market your property, if you're gonna sell it, they wanna give, they want you to give first dibs to anybody in there.
That you know.
That you know it's in there.
But I'm just trying to understand, like,
Desirable
you said-
zone.
Gotcha.
you said that they pay taxes on that
You
tennis
have to pay,
court,
on that common land, yeah.
on that common land, so is
No,
that where
no.
that 50, is that
No,
what
because they
that
never had that
5
before.
is for?
That's new this year. They never had that before. All the years they've been in existence, they never.
Finding new revenue sources.
Finding new revenue, yes. Inappropriately, I might add.
Well, I
Because you're
mean,
gonna see that it's not just this, it's other random streets in town that has it, and there's no reason for it.
okay, so doing that math, did everyone else get to $1,008,688?
Yes.
Okay, so if I made a motion to
Yes.
grant that in part, we'd
I
be,
think that, I'm not so
it's okay.
on board with taking another 10% off.
It
Like,
was five.
We took it off.
Five, yeah.
Just for the traffic.
I'm good with taking off the location adjustment. I'm not, I think that that's enough, because like, they didn't make an argument about the traffic. They didn't make, they didn't
They
really,
did.
did they?
Yeah, he mentioned it. That's, and he even put the map there with, and circled his home, like, this is where I'm located.
Yeah, he does say busy road.
Right. I mean, he didn't wax on poetic about it for 20 minutes, but
I
it
mean,
was a bullet point in his
he
argument.
didn't ask about the 15% that we're giving him either.
Yeah, but nobody else.
Nobody knows about it.
Nobody else did.
Yeah,
Nobody knows about it. They don't understand.
yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna argue about the 5%. I mean, if I.
Yeah, I'm not
could go
either.
With that.
I mean, it's, I don't know how the rest of the group feels. I say everybody, I can vote
Remind me
against
what
it,
the
I guess.
15% was for?
We don't
We
know.
don't know.
We
That's
don't
the
know what
thing.
it is. It's this location adjustment that they're applying for Tanaka Park,
Who applied it?
the
The
assessor's
town.
office. But when we asked about, when we asked the assessor, where did these location adjustments come from? We did not get a meaningful response from him. We got, he.
Also, I asked
he
Ken.
series of question
and
marks.
Ken didn't know anything about it.
No,
So if we don't do the traffic adjustment, I got 1,042,988. Does that,
Oh, I got $1,050,988. I don't know why.
oh, let me
but if
see.
we could do $1,050,000 even.
I'm
Back to-
happy to do $1,050,000. Is that?
And add in the 204, right?
846,988.
Yeah, and add in 204.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I got the, did I do the math? I could easily.
1,050, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I didn't carry the one.
There you go, carry that one.
Yeah,
Carry that one.
there you
I mean,
go.
I'm okay with that, I'm not gonna argue over the, I mean,
This is the part where I'm gonna say I am a math teacher.
I can go with that. What about you, Neil?
I mean, it's pretty close to his ask. What if
Yeah.
we do $1,050,000 even?
Yeah, I'm fine with just doing
okay
it.
with
I'm good with that.
They asked for 1,178, and so I'm saying, let me just update this.
Town said,
Oh, sorry,
He
yeah.
asked for 985.
Right,
So we're
so
pretty close.
1,050, we can get behind? Is that,
The
okay.
only thing is, how much, his house is how big, 2,000 square?
It is 2,703 square feet, and it's a cape.
And the town has him at,
1,178,125.
what about what's the appraised value on 15 Stony Brook?
15 Stony Brook?
Yeah.
I don't know, let me,
because that's right across the street, so they have the same issue of the busy road on the side. That house is over
Actually, I do
3,000.
have it on my spreadsheet. I lied. 15 Stony Brook was appraised at 1,153,870.
And he's at
1178.
He's at 1,178.
1153, and he's
But
at.
now remember that 1,153 also has the Tanaka Park premium.
Right, but
Yeah,
I'm just
and
saying, like,
and let
I'm
me
just saying
tell
about
you,
the town.
1-5 Stony Brook is completely redone
Redone.
in every aspect. The house was gutted and the whole thing was redone.
Gotcha.
And that's only.
Oh, 15 Stony Brook is his Kathleen Griffin's
Yes,
house.
it is.
Yes, it is.
Beautiful house inside.
Yes, it is a beautiful house.
Right. And so that one was appraised at 1,153 and this was
And
appraised
this
at
one's even
1,178.
higher.
And this one's higher,
across
and
the
he's
street.
1,000 square feet smaller. Her house is over 3,000 square feet.
Hers is 3,126 and the
His is what, 2,000 and something?
2,703. Yeah.
Something's not right with that whole thing.
No problem going to.
So I have no problem going there.
1,050,000. Okay.
I'm not gonna start over again, but actually seeing that, I would even be happy with lower.
Yeah.
Because it's
Okay.
1,000 square feet smaller, but I'm not gonna start the whole discussion over again. We'll just
Yeah, yeah.
let it go.
999, 999.
Okay, so I move to grant the appellant's request in part and reduce the appraised value of the property from 1,178,125 to 900, oh, no, sorry, to 1,050,000. All in favor?
There we go.
Okay,
Excellent.
I'm just gonna keep going, if that's okay. Somebody else is dying to go.
You're on a roll.
I'm just gonna keep going.
Are you still doing the other days?
So this was all what I had marked down for the 8th. So that would have been Wednesday, because on Wednesday I did my whatever the other what day is.
Thursday, we
Now
didn't.
you're into Thursday.
Right, well, so now, I think there was one other here that I didn't do. We didn't do 979, that's this one. So this is my last one that would have been for the 8th.
Okay.
And then if somebody else wants to go, I'm happy to let everybody else get caught up. I'm sure everybody else is behind 1 or 2
Somebody wrote
days.
a novel there.
Yeah, this one is, this is the, I don't.
I know, I'm looking at that
I
clip.
know, I was looking at that, like, oh my God.
Yeah, I
The
think-
largest clip
yeah,
is stretched to the next.
Okay, this one is another one, didn't we just do, we did one on Lover's Lane recently, right? Okay.
we did.
So this is 979,
This would be single family, I think.
What's the card number?
979 is the appeal number. The address is 92 Lover's Lane. I don't know why the cover sheet isn't
I know, isn't
on
it
my
weird?
thing,
Yeah,
and I feel like that throws me off a little bit, but I will dig it out. And, well, oh, I guess they were originally a no-show, because that post-it is on there. So, I mean, I have the numbers here. The town valued their property at $819,900, and the appellant is asking for $440,000. I had a discussion with them when they came saying, oh, is that the assessed value? Is that the appraised value? And we kind of went back and forth, and I thought we had agreed that it was the assessed value so that I should gross it up. But as they were talking and making their argument, they convinced themselves that, nope, I want to stick with 400 as the, so right off the bat, I don't think I'm in agreement with that number as my full disclosure. But I do believe there's some relief to be had here, but it's just, the 440 is not happening, just like, I mean, in my opinion, it's not. But there was a discussion about it, and I made sure that they were clear that they knew what they were asking for, and they knew what they were asking for. So take that for what it's worth.
Can you state those numbers again? I don't see them on the front of the.
Well, yeah, because the cover sheet's not there. I don't know why it's not there. But
There are
the
a few papers.
the town is asking for, said it was 819,900,
Yep.
and they are asking for 440.
440?
440. Yeah, again, I don't think it's not the right number, but it is what it is.
That's right.
And so what did they say?
Yeah, so they said that they bought it in 2014 and the house was practically almost condemned at that point when they bought it. They said that they must have done more on the new siding. So they said from the outside of the house, it looks more modern than it really is. So don't be fooled, but don't judge this book by its cover, okay?
So the siding was replaced when?
I'm not sure when, I don't have that date, but they basically, the argument they were making was that the inside does not look anything like the outside. But I can find that for you real quick. That's 92.
It's a split.
Yeah, it's a split level home. let's see. 1025, they put clapboard siding, it looks like. That's what's in the notes on the field card. They gave some comps that were 122 Colony Street, 449 High Street, 378 Castle Street, 293 Barry Scott Drive, and 21 Borowski Drive.
Brookfield?
No, it says Boroskey. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Yeah. Drive.
Borowski, oh.
Yeah. The comps, though, if you look at them, like there's a clear disconnect, and I don't know if it's because some of them were unqualified sales or not, but the sales, and these were recent sales. So, but like, for example, 122 Colony Street, and none of these except for 293 Barry Scott, that is the only other that's a split level. Everything else is either a Colonial or a Cape. But if you look at 122 Colony, the sale price in December of 2025 was $411,000. Town somehow has that appraised at $650, where it just sold for $411,000. Same with 449 High Street. Now that sale was an unqualified sale, so I don't know the story there, but sold in September of 2025 for $575,000. A few months later, appraised at $700,000. So, not sure. I don't know if the truth lies somewhere in between. And 293 Barry Scott, which is the only other split level that she gave as a comp, that sold in October of 2025 for $590,000. And a few months later was appraised at $736,900. So I don't know if anyone else heard an appeal for 293 Barry Scott Drive, but I feel like they should, just based on the sale price and the appraisal, given the time of the sale.
What was the appraisal again?
It was appraised, the Barry Scott one was appraised at $736,900, but it sold in October for $590.
I got that, okay.
The one at 449 High Street looks like it was a relocation company.
Okay,
So sometimes those go at a little bit of a discount, but it's not like they give them away.
right. And 575 versus 700, that's a
Why do you think that
significant.
it goes at a discount?
Because the relocation companies try to unload the homes.
They don't want to hang on.
Not in this market, not necessarily.
I'm saying like the fact that it's marked unqualified is not, I don't think it's very material here.
Gotcha,
Maybe
okay.
they sold, it was 575, maybe if
And
they
120
kept them in the market longer, they could have gotten 6.
122 Colony was
Right.
like a disaster. I'm surprised they didn't even say, don't go in it. Because
Really? Wow.
it was,
Okay.
it was,
But yet somehow is being appraised at $650 now, as opposed to the sale price a month prior or whatever in December of $411.
absurd.
So,
Overlooking the highway, no, that was ridiculous.
right. So
So
I'm
the
inclined-
subject property is a lot better.
I'm inclined, in this case, since the sale prices are more recent, I'm inclined to use those as opposed to the appraised values as you know, a benchmark, because that's what the market got for those.
Yeah.
So the average of the 122 Colony, the only one I didn't average in, and I don't know why, was 21 Borowski. I didn't fill that in, maybe because it wasn't a recent sale. So let me just look that one up real quick to see why, for some reason, I just
That's really not,
excluded it.
not a great, I wouldn't say the neighborhood is a great comp. I mean, Bronski's like,
No. What was the one?
Oh, you know, because it sold in March of 2026. So I'm happy to include it. It sold for $575, but I didn't.
the neighborhood's not the same, so I would leave it out.
Okay. And if I did, I think it would change my numbers also slightly. But the average of the other 4 sale prices that they gave as comps was $522,750. If I did the average of only the ones that were in the same neighborhood code, which was 0080, that would exclude Castle Street and Barry Scott, which I don't love doing because Barry Scott is the only other split level.
Use Barry Scott.
Even though it's the same property type, you wouldn't use it.
No.
I wouldn't use what was the other street you said too?
The two
Different
that are out of there,
locations. Below South- it's
Castle
above-
Street and Barry Scott.
Council is a no.
Okay, so if I take those out and only do the ones that were also in the same neighborhood code, that average sale price is only $493. But they're asking still for $440. Like, I'm not getting to $440 any which way. I can stand on my head, we're not getting to $440.
High Street sold for $575.
Yep, $575. Barry Scott sold for $590, but it's the Colony Street one that's pulling the average down because that was
Yeah,
at
but I wouldn't even
$411.
use that because that was like a
Fine.
death trap.
If I get rid of that, then the average goes up to $575, which for only the ones in that neighborhood code.
Yeah.
So my original analysis had gotten me to about 560 is a number that I could get comfortable with, which actually is now the average between the High Street and the
Castle?
High Street
Castle and Barry Scott.
and which one is that? Let's see what that's taking the average of.
You only
Oh, no,
have,
that's the average of all of them. Yeah, so that's taking into High Street, Castle, and Barry Scott. But if you don't want those either, then really we're just looking at High Street, which was
I
$575.
mean, there's another one on High Street that sold for $603 in October of '25, and that
And
was
how big is that?
960 square feet.
Oh, that's
3-bedroom, 2 full bath. That was all completely redone. And it's a ranch, which, a lot of times they compare ranches
With
to
the ranches,
split
yep.
levels.
gotcha.
And then another one on High Street, 1,190 square feet, 3-bedroom, 2 full bath, sold for $651 in March of '26.
Okay. Right, I didn't include the Borowski, but I can put those in there. So it's definitely not 440,
No,
but,
I would use these 3 comps,
right, so they're in the 600s.
So I'm sorry, what were
Well,
they
yeah.
again? The two that you just found?
and hold on, 575, those 3. I used 449 High Street, 575, 261 High Street, sold for 603, and 378 High Street sold for 651. Now, I will say they were, well, the 378 High Street was old and dated.
Was that the one that sold for 603?
651, and that just sold in March of '26. But even taking those 3,
I think it's
609,
609,
656.
yeah.
huh?
It's like 610.
Yeah,
Oh,
610.
okay.
Oh, it's under your chair.
So,
under.
Right there.
I mean, if you,
Thank you.
You're welcome.
what's the interior of his house like?
did not give a lot of details on that, other than to make the point that the outside does not replicate the inside. And so, he did make a point to say that Lover's Lane is busier. It's used as basically a cut through. I am guilty of that myself, cutting through on Lover's Lane. But other than that, no improvements done to the house. I mean, as they have to pull permits for anything, nothing.
Well, I
I bet in 2015.
no less than 575 on this house, no less. And that was his highest.
Well, I'm happy to go to the 610, which is the average of the other ones on High Street. So, I'm comfortable that it's not 819.
Oh, yeah.
So, but it's definitely not 440.
Nothing to justify anywhere close to 890.
No, nothing. So, but also nothing to justify 440.
No.
So, I feel like I could get behind 610 if,
Yeah, I could too.
even if of the comps that they gave, again, the appraised values which I think are inflated based on the sales prices that we've talked about, the average of those appraised values was about 650 657. So, I think the 610 is still okay.
Yeah.
Because I don't think those numbers, those of Colony, High Street, and Barry Scott, they sold in September, October, and December of 2025. The average increase between that sale price and the appraised value was an increase of 32%, which is insane.
Still below the town average.
No, but they just sold 2 months prior.
Right.
Is-
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yes, I'm saying the sale price to, it's 30%. a 30%
I thought you were
increase.
saying year over year.
No, it's a
Oh.
30% increase from the sale price, which were in September, October, and December.
Oh, and the market wasn't up 30%?
It was not up 30% in 2 months, so I don't like using that as a
No, I don't.
benchmark. So,
All right.
I'm comfortable with the 610 if,
With what, 610?
610. So I'm gonna, move to grant the appellant's request in part and reduce the appraised value of the property from 819,900 to 610,000. All in favor? Okay, unanimous. All right, here comes the War and Peace appraisal. This is number 741. Where is that one hiding on my spreadsheet? That might be, over here. Okay, 741, the address is 999 High Street.
High Street.
Yeah, the town is appraising it at, and you would think for all this, we'd be going from 5 million to 2 million. We are going from a town value of 773,200, and the appellant is asking for 650,000.
I have 735, it's
Yeah.
77.
Oh,
It's
Sorry?
735 I have too.
okay, sorry, maybe I could be fat fingers on my spreadsheet here, sorry. Hold on. I don't have the actual, well, if that's what it says, let me just, 741.
Oh, you purchased it in August 21.
Yeah, it's 735.
735, okay. Then, sorry, I don't know why it's not showing up on mine. So let's see. Yeah, so the town is asking for 735,000 and the appellant is asking for 650,000. So, as you very well know, there is a new High Street development that is coming, and this apparently is directly across the street.
Oh, lovely.
Directly across the street, like
That is.
there, I guess, had been a tree when they bought the house in their front yard. Beautiful, provided some shade. I think there's pictures in the file of the photos. They had them, but they said they were gonna go back home and scan them also. That had been taken down actually by the town. So I don't know if it was a town tree, but they were given no notice. So now they have lost their privacy and this monstrosity is coming across the street. So,
Well, we know from the other day that a lost tree is worth, what, $500,000? That kind of one.
Right, even if you cut it yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially if you cut it yourself.
I was not a party to that one, but I'm assuming you guys were not in agreement with that. He did have an appraisal, but it was old. It was older. It was from 2024.
Oh, it's okay.
Has detailed, yeah, I mean, it's better than nothing. Yes.
Check that up.
Stamped to be 638,
From
Although I wonder-
August of 2024.
Well, did they take into account what that development does?
Right, it had, and the detailed photos in here of
I'm saying
repairs that are
if you timestamped
needed.
him for
to the home.
25, he comes out to 638, 650.
Oh,
And he's
okay.
asking for 650.
Oh,
So the appraisal was for 615 back in 2024.
All right, but
so we adjust them up.
buddy, okay,
Yeah, August of
Say
2024.
615?
615,
probably brings you right around the 650.
615.
Date on the appraisal?
615. I'm sorry, 8, August 2024.
900.
Yeah. Spoiler alert, my recommendation is going to be for the whole thing. So I'm just tossing that out there. So if your math gets us to close to the comps that were given from the owner were 771 High Street and 1004 High Street. 771 High Street, the subject property is a cape that's a 3-bedroom, 1-bath. And it's 1,390 square feet. 771 High Street sold in July of 2024 for $642,000. It is slightly larger than the subject property and has an extra half bathroom. The subject property does have a larger lot. It was like 12,740 square feet as opposed to 7,700. But again, that sold in July for 642. The comps that were used in the appraisal were that 771 High Street that we just talked about, 129 School Street, and 166 Judge Street. I don't know how you feel about those. Those also all sold in July of 2024 for 585, 642, and 665 respectively. So the average of those three sales back in July was 630,667.
Normally, I wouldn't like the School Street one, but I'm going to like it because in my head, I'm considering what that development is going to do to that guy's property value.
Yeah, and I know that when we had our first meeting and I asked the question about that, and it was kind of like, oh, that's, there really is no impact. I refuse to believe that.
There's a huge impact.
It was, I think it was the assessor.
The assessor, of
Yeah.
course the assessor said
And
that.
so because I have a whole bunch others that I heard
And he doesn't live
today.
in this town, so he doesn't.
He doesn't have any
You
idea.
can't pick up a newspaper or anything without
But I mean,
knowing.
regardless of the comps.
Right,
you
I'm
know,
just-
The town itself, the four lists they have on the website, they are going back to October of 2023 in some of these neighborhoods. So he bought this in August of 2024. Timestamp it. Either way you look at it, timestamp it from what he paid for it, it brings him to 638, 650. Or timestamp it to the appraisal, which came in at 615, that brings him to 651, 900.
That's exactly the number I got, so 650. Yeah, that's why I was comfortable with the 650, because I also was looking at the 651, 900 number, and I can get behind that. So if everybody else is good, I can stop talking about this one and we can move on. So I am good. I'm gonna make a motion to grant the appellant's request to reduce the appraised value of the property from, what was it? Oh, it was 735, to 650. All in favor?
No, we're all.
Okay. All right. So, done. All right, I'm gonna keep going. Is that okay? I've got I got four more, and then I am all caught up. So this is appeal number
We're
60.
gonna all be.
Right. We're in appeal number 63. Property address is 238 Roseville Terrace. The property owner is, Joanna. It's a very long Polish maybe name. I can't pronounce it. I don't want to massacre it. The town value is $733,200. The appellant is asking for $600,000. This house is quite literally right next to the Christmas tree house, the Christmas lights house on Roseville
Oh,
Terrace.
my goodness.
Right next to it,
Wow.
okay?
I don't know what you're talking
It
about.
is,
Drive by there at Christmas time.
it is a house that
Is that
has,
Roseland?
like, it is a
Roseville?
destination during Christmas time.
Oh.
But it's not just during Christmas. It literally starts November, it starts around Thanksgiving, they said, and goes through January, like through January.
But they don't even take down all of the.
Well, that's part of her argument, is some of these, and she has pictures of the stuff that is up all year round. She is cleaning up snack wrappers and diapers from her yard because
Diapers.
People leaving dirty diapers in her yard, but people are doing it. I felt
Disgusting.
awful for this woman, okay?
Yeah, and how is she gonna sell her property?
And I guess I went there, I think, once when my kids were little, and of course they loved it. But I guess they changed the traffic patterns
Yes,
of
they
this
did.
street
They did.
but only during that time.
Yes.
And there's restrictions on parking, and parking is a nightmare. She says when she has family over
Oh my
for
God.
Thanksgiving and Christmas,
Oh, yeah,
they
you
can't even park on her own, her own family can't park on the street.
Wow.
There is a lot of intangibles that are not on the field card for this
Yeah.
property. Okay, my heart ached for this woman.
They all need a
Meeting.
location adjustment on that street.
External obsolescence.
I don't know
I would
what it's
consider that external
considered,
obsolescence.
but it
It's
should,
not going away.
They should all have a location adjustment.
yes, right. As much as the other ones have their premium, this should have a significant discount for having to deal with that.
The blight officer should go over there and make them stop.
It would seem to me that
Don't take
they
it down.
ought to be able to
It's a
do something.
nonprofit for the Shriners and.
They literally, they bus people in, like they bus kids in, like school buses come and they, like, it is
Well,
a
it's
destination.
nonprofit for the
It's a
Shriners.
destination.
Maybe like the Grinch, come on.
I know, right? But,
Right, that's okay.
so that being said, there is clearly, in my opinion, an argument for a reduction.
What if we gave her a big location adjustment?
She gave a bunch of comps, 143 Sawyer Road, 131 Sawyer Road.
I don't even know how you can.
Can't even.
I know.
No one else is
It's
affected.
literally right next door. She said 55 Borowski Road, says the house is just like hers, but they're back to back. So that's why she gave that one as a comp. But and she gave others on Roseville Terrace, 250, 212, 219. She gave a whole bunch. I think 219 is probably the latest sale on Roseville Terrace. I'm not exactly sure how far away it is from the subject property, but that sold in July of 2024 for $670,000. It has one extra bathroom than the subject property. It is also 200 square feet larger.
What was the sale price again?
670. All of these, again, I am hesitant to really, there are no comps in my opinion because of the proximity to this. I mean, I don't want to call it an eyesore because it does bring joy to lots of people, but it is a nuisance for someone who's living there.
What's the address?
The
238 Rose.
238 Roseville Terrace. I desperately wanted to get to the ask of 600. I really wanted to get to 600. I was comfortable with a 650, which if you average the appraised value, which I'm not in love with, of the all the comps that were given, that was about 697. And I felt like for sure the proximity to this house should come with some sort of discount. So I am comfortable recommending a 650. But I don't have a sales comp to get me there.
Well, if you gave them like,
Roseville's 670.
Right, but it's not right next door. I feel like the 650 I was comfortable with instead of the 600 just felt low to me, as sympathetic as I want to be.
We're not so sure about that.
Okay, I could,
I just did some math on a land adjustment.
Yeah.
You gave them a 15% land adjustment, you get to 636.
okay, I mean, so I'm not married to the 650
You
either.
give
I
them
want,
20%, you get to 603.
I like 20%.
I wanted to get to 600 desperately, so if somebody else can justify getting the 600, I'm all in.
20%'s a good idea. 15 we give to people that have other issues. This is a real nuisance. I would say 20% to me is fair.
A land
adjustment.
Adjustment. Take 20%, make it 80% good instead of 100% good.
Okay,
That's just my choice. I mean, I don't know what everybody.
Yeah, I mean, the only, like, this is one that I'm not sure you could really put, I mean, it's up to the assessor. I don't know that you can really put it up. I think it needs to be just an override on the
Yeah,
field
right.
card. Because if eventually they sell that house or stop doing this,
Then it would change though.
then it's gonna change.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Actually,
that's the case with any property
Right.
because, you know.
right, if you have a blighted property.
Actually, it's not the assessor doesn't get to decide. We decide. We just tell him what to do. He has to do it. We're the ones that make the decision. He doesn't have the authority to make the decision.
No, I'm saying in terms of adjustment to the field card on like,
Did she say what her interior and all that was? Or?
she did not, but I got the impression that it was nothing spectacular, nothing
Yeah.
renovated. She did not talk about the inside. She wanted to talk about the house next door.
Yeah.
We spent most of our 50.
Because, I mean, there was a sale across the street for 670, but it was completely done to the,
Gotcha,
to the nines,
gotcha.
to the nines.
the house otherwise comparable, like size and land.
Well, was that the,
Well, it had two full bathrooms.
that was 219 Roseville?
1306, yeah.
Right, that's the one I said that was
Yeah.
about 200 square feet bigger
Right.
and sold for 670.
And completely redone.
Yeah. So, trust me, I love that if we can get to that 600, I'm.
Guessing it was
I
summertime.
could do 600.
Okay, right, exactly, right.
Yeah, I can do that.
So does anybody else have any discussion? Because I'm
Are we
ready.
making a recommendation on location adjustment?
Well, that's-
Are we doing that?
Can we do that in there? Or
Again, we
is
can
it just
put-
a
We
no?
can make a
Yeah?
recommendation in the note. It's just a note.
It's just a
though.
no, yeah, okay. So does that come before the? should I-
Yeah, I mean, it's not part of the motion though,
Okay.
because it's not binding.
20% discount.
I think Neil said it takes you to 60 something.
603 or
20%
something?
would come to
Oh,
six.
I guess I'm confused. Are we agreeing that we agree with the 600, or are we saying that we're agreeing with the 603? I don't care either way. I just want to make sure I got it.
I mean, it just depends on whether we want to
Be so
just do it
precise.
as an override or just, I think we.
I mean-
I think it's just an override.
I think just
I would
if we
agree.
just grant the 600, that way,
let it go.
if they stop doing Roseville, Christmas
Yes,
at Roseville.
right, that's not an issue. Okay.
Just grant it then.
So, I'm gonna move to grant the appellant's request to reduce the appraised value of the property from 733,200 to 600,000. All in favor? Okay. And please, whoever's listening, pick up your diapers when you go visit the house on Roseville Terrace. Do not leave them on other people's property.
Disgusting.
Sorry, that was my PSA for the
You
day.
want me to put a note on this?
You could say that we,
We
you
made
know,
an adjustment.
we, you know.
A land
did it by
adjustment?
Adjusting the land by approximately 20%.
I mean, I almost died when she
Making
told
the
me.
land approximately.
That would kill me. I mean, I'd be so.
Like snack wrappers. She's like, it's goldfish wrappers, whatever. She goes, but then when she said dirty diapers, I was like, no.
Oh, God.
Animals.
Okay, the next one is 822. The address is 401 Springer Road. The owner is Debran, I can't read the last name. I can't read it, I'm sorry. And the town's value is $1,538,655. And the
Owners, I'm sorry, it's
That's okay.
Singari Cavalier.
Cavalier, oh, that's a V, okay. And the town value, then the appellant is asking for 1.2 million. Okay? This one has an appraisal from October of 2025, valued at $1.2 million. So they are asking for exactly what the appraisal is.
Okay, good.
Oh,
That makes it easy.
The comps given, in case you want to debate the merits of the comps, are 159 Taymor Drive, 419 Springer Road, so same street, and 285 Old Black Rock Turnpike. Sold.
yeah.
822, sorry, I lost my place in my spreadsheet there. Those three properties, Taymor sold in September of 2024 for $975. Springer sold for the 1.63 million in December of 2024. And then the 285 Old Black Rock sold for 1.3 million, basically, on October of 2025. These houses, though, average much larger than the subject property. They are an average of 2,700 square feet. The subject property is only 1,576. The comps are also a cape and two colonials. The subject property is a raised ranch. The subject property, unless this is a typo, which I don't believe it is, it says is 1 bedroom, 2 baths. Is that possible? Let me just double check
It's
that.
3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms.
Okay, so that was just another fat finger in my spreadsheet. So, 3 bedrooms,
Oh, I know this house. It's like a pretty modern.
yeah, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. Those other 3 comps given were appraised by the town at basically 1.3 on average. It was 1.292. So, considering the sizable difference between these 3 as comps, from a square footage perspective, there was nothing that I could see that could get me to the 1.5. The 419 Springer, same street, whatever, it did sell in December for 1.6 million, but it is twice the size, literally twice the size. It is 3,085 square feet as opposed to 1,576. So it has an extra bedroom, it has an extra bathroom, it has an extra half bath. The lot size is comparable, but it is by no means should be a 1-for-1 sales versus,
And you said they have an appraisal?
they have an appraisal.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's in the file.
Yeah.
And that came out to what?
That came out to 1.2, exactly what they're asking for.
And that was done recently?
That was done in October of 2025.
Okay.
So,
And they look reasonable. They're all lakefront properties.
Yeah.
Right, that's what they did do that. I said, and yes. So, I was, to be honest, I didn't do that much more research on this one because I felt like the work had thankfully been done for us.
Yep.
So unless anybody had a glaring issue with the comps that were given, I was pretty comfortable just recommending the
Yeah.
appraisal amount. So, and unless anybody else has any questions, I'm ready to make a motion.
The appraisal.
Was for 1.2, and that's what they're
I wrote the
asking
right
for.
number down there,
Yes.
okay.
So I'm going to move to grant the appellant's request to reduce the appraised value of the property from $1,538,655 to $1.2 million. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
So Paulette abstains. 'cause she-
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Okay. I'm sorry, I feel like I'm monopolizing
No,
this
it's
meeting,
fine.
but
We're
we
getting a
are,
lot done.
we are getting it done, getting it done.
That's the
The
idea.
next one is 726. And that is, the property address is 22 Millendale Road. The owner is Stephen Midlick. And the town has an appraised value of $479,430.
I have 618,700.
Oh, that's not what's on here. Let's see. For 726? Okay, I'm staring right at it, but let's see. Did I put, is it maybe assessed versus appraised? Let me take a look.
Maybe.
726. It is saying 479, so let me check the, here, it is 22.
Yeah, it's saying current GL appraised in the master
It's
law.
18,700.
Yeah.
Assessed as
Okay, so I wonder-
4,390.
Yeah, so they put the assessed value on the application. I'm
Oh,
guessing.
and they did get a reduction from an.
So the town amount
The
is.
town amount is now 618,700.
Yeah, that's correct. Okay.
Okay, so I'm guessing then that they've asked for 250, that is, I have to gross that up to,
They've asked for 250, did we not?
right,
make that?
but they did not mean that then.
Nope.
Divided by 0.7, that would be 357,142,
357,142.
right? You agree with that? Like,
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm assuming, I mean, it sort of doesn't matter because
Right, we'll just- right, but
So
six-
what happened?
they wrote the assessed value, not the appraised value on the application. So to make it apples to apples, I'm just changing their ask from 250 to 357.
357.
142, yeah. Okay. This house has had 0 updates. So again, there's pictures attached, photos of the foundation, outdoor stairs. The owner of this property is an elderly veteran with many, many health issues. That he basically said he wants to age in place here and that this house will only be a tear down when he is done with it. And so I don't disagree with him, given the conditions, the pictures that I saw, all that stuff. Subject property's land increased 128%, which is disproportionate to the rest of his street. If I look at 15 Millendale, 38 Millendale, 45 Millendale, and 52 Millendale, the land value on those properties increased only, not, air quotes on the only, about high 80s, 90%. His increased 136%. It just seems completely disproportionate and slightly outrageous to me. And as it is, those properties I just mentioned, the 15, 38, 45, and 52, their improvements, if you will, so the dwellings basically decreased in value slightly. But his, now we're talking $3,000, $3,500, but it increased 17% from 20,000 to 23,500, having done absolutely nothing to this property. And comparing it to other houses on his street, which all had decreases, I saw no reason whatsoever for even the $3,500 increase in his number.
But it looks like he did have an informal, and it looks like they took that off.
Okay,
I mean, his whole dwelling is appraised at 20,000
yes.
now, so.
Yes. but still up from the prior year. It was 20,000
Oh, was
the year
it?
before.
Okay.
Yeah, at least that's what I haven't
Right.
on my surgery. Let me see. Yeah, it was 20,000 and now it's 23,500. So I see zero reason. Again, it's $3,500, but
Right.
it is, I see no justification for that, especially given that the 4 or 5 other houses I just mentioned on his same street saw a decrease
Okay.
in their dwelling number.
Oh, interesting.
But, so if we look at the other 4 houses, I mentioned that they increased by 91%, he increased by 136%. Now, what I think happened, I think this is one of those cases where he probably appealed last time and then they made up the difference this time without, so it's almost like we need to keep readjusting it if it is like a one-time. Because if you look at his.
Yeah, the 22 adjustment.
Right, and his 2024 appraisal number was only 300 compared to these other ones on his street that are sort of similar size. Well, actually, no, his house is 988 square feet. Okay, so it's tiny, but I think that is what's causing this disproportionate increase. He also mentioned, I don't know why I didn't write it down here because I think it's in my notes here. This is, I think, we were talking about a house, maybe even on this same street when they were talking about the ledge that they have and whatnot. He talked about how this is one of those houses that has that rock that is
Yeah.
unbuildable. So he
Got an
said,
adjustment for that. I think.
yeah, so he said that, they, builders wouldn't really be able to do anything. They talked about the only way they would be able to blast through that rock is with dynamite, and that would ruin the foundation of the houses around them. Like, it's just not, this rock is impenetrable, apparently. So,
So he could only build up from the same footprint that he's already in.
yeah, and he plans on doing none of that. So whoever
course.
buys it later. But yeah, it's all ledge. The house can't be torn down and built on with a new huge, like you can't, the new house won't be able to put a basement in it because of this rock
Maybe
issue.
stuck with that footprint.
Yes. So, it's unimproved. He said it's old windows, old electrical, nothing has been updated. So, there was no scenario where I could get to the 250. I couldn't have it depreciating entirely. I mean, I just couldn't get there. Trust me, from a sympathy standpoint, I wanted to tell him it was 0. But I couldn't get there.
From the what? The five.
I'm just saying from a sympathy standpoint, he's asking for 250. I couldn't get to 250 because,
I thought he was asking for 357.
Well,
No.
because he was originally
oh,
asking
sorry,
for
he
the
was
assessed
originally asking for
amount.
250. Right, so if I gross that up to the
What are
357,
they asking for?
he's asking for 357, 142, which yes, so that number, I could.
I just don't know how you get there. Like, even if you zero out the value of the house, of the dwelling, I mean, the
Right, so what I tried to do,
90% condition for the ledge.
He deserves more than that.
I feel like all of the other properties that I mentioned on Millendale, on average, increased 50%.
Or the shape of the
The
lot.
total
You should get
value.
more.
Yes, of everything, 50.8%. If I apply that 50.8% to his 300, that got me to 452, 393. So call it 452, if you will.
There's one on Rosedale, which is just it's just like half a block away from him. That sold for in March of 24. Timestamp it. Brings it up to 586, 180. It sold for 553, and it was bigger. 3 bedrooms, 2 full bath, 1,279 square feet. Similar. Actually, I think a little bigger.
I don't even know how you get 3 bedrooms in a 988 square foot.
Oh,
No.
you'll say.
So, I mean, and that's
Standing up.
586, 180, and I just think he's not even gonna get that much.
Right, so I'm comfortable around a 455-ish, but I'm open to any and all suggestions. It's not 684, but it's not 300, it's not 250 or 357, I think, so.
Well,
He's definitely a tear down. You know that.
Yes, it is.
You can't build
With
on the lot.
limited.
You can't build much.
Limited, you know.
Well, you can build on it, you just can't build what people want to build now. Like, you're not getting a basement, you're
Right.
not getting, because you can't blast through that rock.
So.
You can build on it, you just can't.
I understand.
Say, am I gonna build a house there, then I have to have trouble selling it because it doesn't have a basement?
Yeah.
That's the problem.
I don't know how high up you can go, like,
Oh, it's a finished raised basement, that's interesting.
Yeah, so really, all you're gonna, I mean, you could put another raised ranch, nobody wants it anymore, so they're not gonna build that. They'd have to build a colonial with no basement, which isn't too popular. I mean, somebody would buy it, of course, there's always somebody.
450.
My mother would say there's an
yeah,
asterisk.
that's where I'm at, 450, but if
Oh, I'm looking.
anybody has
Yeah.
strong objections, I could be
Take that land down some more.
convinced either way.
Wrong house.
Let me take the land down some more.
No, there is a basement on this house. It says unfinished basement,
Yeah, what are you saying?
676 square feet. So you have the garage and then the rest of the house. So there's no basement.
595.
He said his house can't be torn down and built on with a huge house with a basement. So,
That equals
Right.
654.
But they could have a partial basement and a slab.
I guess, they could.
Well, how are you gonna have, you're not gonna get a partial basement, you're gonna
Well, he
get.
has basement already. He has a 676.
What, is it just a crawl space or is it an actual basement?
It
I don't
says
know.
basement
Yeah.
unfinished.
Let's see, wait, if you put pictures of anything in there.
I'm
And
going
if you add up the basement and the garage, that gets you to your
I see
full,
some
first floor
windows.
footprint.
to go into a
Right.
basement.
Yeah.
So it's probably a partial.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to go with, I can't think of anything else.
But like, do you think that's too high, too low? Like, what's making you uncomfortable with the 450? Like, it's,
No, I was trying to get the land down.
Gotcha.
I'd have to take it down way too low because they have it up way too high.
gotcha.
Nobody's gonna agree if I have to bring that land down to what it, to.
Okay, and I'm inclined to do something rather than nothing.
me too.
So, especially given his
Yeah.
service.
He gets a,
Yes.
he gets a deduction on his taxes because of his
Status, or,
Yeah, if he
Yeah.
goes,
Yeah, but
I didn't ask about his, yeah, I didn't
That's
ask,
relevant to this.
yeah.
no, I couldn't agree with you more, but I had several people who didn't even know about this.
Yes, I did too. I had people that didn't know that.
Yeah, I forwarded a bunch of
Probably make it
people to the
public.
tax office, just in case,
They
but,
don't go out of their way to make it public.
okay, so unless anybody else has any other questions or more discussion, I am inclined to move to grant the appellant's request in part and reduce the appraised value of the property from 618,700, sorry, to 450,000. All in favor?
I'm okay, I do, just, we wanted to make a note of where that number comes from.
well, it's in the recording.
Okay, I have to go back and listen to it.
So I got to
They're not going to
452.
tell you when they send the letter out.
If we I applied the same average increase as the 4 other houses on his same street, who
Okay.
saw an increase of about 50.8%. If I apply that same percent to his 300,000 from the year prior, that got me to 452,000, and we generously rounded down 2,000.
Okay.
So that's my math on it. Okay, last one, then you don't have to listen to me talk. 630 is the appeal number. The address here is 375 Piatti Avenue. The order is George Savades, and the town has an appraised value of 692,700, and he is asking for 514,500. This one, he said that there are apartments that are going to be built right behind him. I'm not sure if you're familiar which ones those are.
Piece of paper.
Do you need some paper? I have-
Bought this property 2 years ago, and the best offer back then was 475,000. So I don't know what it was listed at, and,
Okay.
Bought it 2 years
he
ago?
bought it 2 years ago, and he said the best offer was 475, and that's what he bought it at in August of 2020.
Oh, let's just fix that.
What is it? He has assessed value here. What is his ask?
I apologize.
He's asking, oh, sorry.
Yeah,
It's number 630 is the appeal number. He is asking for 514,500.
514.
Yeah, he's another one who wrote the assessed value.
400?
Yeah, 500, sorry, 514,500. He wrote the assessed value on his application,
514,
500.
We time adjusted. That's a 533,710.
Yeah, so he gave 3 comps as a reference. So one of them was 280 Tuckahoe Lane. I don't know how you feel about that as a comp, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm not as familiar with where Hunyadi Avenue is.
Tuckahoe's in some ways, it's a better street, but the cemetery's there. So you can
Okay.
even it out, you can level it out.
Okay. That one, and again, this is one of those, maybe you guys know something about it that I don't. That house sold in January of 2026 for 470,000, but is currently appraised at 720,500. So
A minor technical.
I don't understand it. So unless there was something wonky about that sale that we are not privy to.
Was it on Tuckahoe sale?
Tuckahoe Lane, 280 Tuckahoe Lane. They also gave a comp of 28 Stilson. The subject property is a 1,100 square foot split level home with a 3-bedroom, 2 baths. They used 28 Stilson as a comp as well. That sold for 578 in January of 2026. It is comparable in size to the subject property. It is 1,075 square feet. It is also 3 bedrooms. It has 1 less bathroom than the subject property. Again, that one sold in January for 578 and is currently appraised at 642. So I'm not sure how these appraisals come up when the sale price is so recently. Again, unless it's a
Yeah.
weird,
No, it's
you know,
because
back alley.
Because they're not looking at the sale of the individual house. They're still
yeah.
looking at the-
And I get it. They have a whole town to do.
He didn't use 259 Hunyadi, which sold in June of '24, and that was a raised ranch, which is also, used as a comp for, and that sold for 525.
The 259 Hunyadi.
Which, I mean, if I just time adjust their purchase price from August of '23, I get 538.8.
The subject property.
Yeah.
That's
Yes,
what I got.
right. So he's asking for 514, which we can all agree maybe it's too low, but it's not 692.
530, whatever.
Go to 538.8 or round it to
540. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I could do 540 if we wanted to. I just want to read the rest of my notes here. Apartments are being built right behind him. He was asking for the average of the 3 comps given, but I think but I wrote in my notes, but the style of the houses are giving me pause there because they're just not, they didn't seem comparable. 280 Tuckahoe Lane just sold in January. I just said that about, and the appraisals are all, he did give another comp of 336 Hunyadi Avenue, but that's a condo. So I didn't like that as a comp whatsoever.
He bet the condos he's talking about are the ones on High Street. He's at the very end of Hunyadi, so that
Gotcha.
backs up to that.
Yeah, so he's,
Those are not condos, those are low-income houses.
Yep.
Lowest of the low.
gotcha. So I could get behind, I can't get to the 514 that he's asking for, but I could do a 540 if that's really, it's a time adjusted number for
Development's gonna be rental.
he sold it. And it seems in line then with, at least, would you consider 28 Stilson a good comp? Because that sold for 578.
Tony Hill Stilson's a better location,
Much better.
much
Gotcha.
better location.
Okay, so then, and that sold for 578, so all the more argument for the 540.
540, yep.
Okay,
Yeah, and the one I told you about at 259 is a whole different location on Hunyadi, much lower. And not impacted as much by, well, not really directly impacted by those new rentals on High Street. So what do you want to go to?
540,
Which is the time adjustment.
which is the time adjustment of his purchase price.
Yeah, I can do that.
I get behind that.
Okay, so I move to grant the appellant's request in part and reduce the appraised value of the property from $692,700 to $540,000. All in favor? Okay. I am done.
That's victim.
Yes.
Can I go? This is interesting. Kathleen Griffin got her appeal. Yeah.
Appeal.
Let me just- There's a letter here from Kathleen Griffin to the assessor.
Oh,
Condition factor.
when was this?
21.
Are you gonna go, Neil? Do you have some ready?
I have a couple, like, I didn't even pull the file for
I'm ready.
today. I have
What's that?
two, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right. Wait, let me see that. You have my paperwork here. This is appeal number 117. The address is 28 Sedan Terrace. The owner is Leslie Jezior. And the town has this property appraised at $722,000. The appellant is asking for a value of $625,000. So I thought it was interesting that in 2021, a board asked the assessor to bring the property to around 400,000. What condition factor would that be? And he said reducing the land by 10% would result in a new value of 402,400. But it looks like she does not have that condition factor any longer. So we did it. We gave her the condition factor back then, and now
We took it away.
all right, there's, she has an easement with no adjustment on the field card. She has an easement on her property, and it's been a legal nightmare for her with her neighbors. As she, let's see, I don't know if there's, I didn't look to see if there's, oh yeah, she's got photos in here, but what she says is that the easement, the people are on her property all the time to do adjustment, to do repairs and stuff on their property. And so basically she's got two very real issues. There's no adjustment for, a location adjustment for her property that was given to her before and taken away. And also she's got no adjustment for her easement on that property. So those two things alone. The town has her at 722. She's only asking to go to 625. I didn't think that was too out of whack here. Here we go. Both prior house owners had made an agreement, which was not revealed to me when I purchased my home, and I only found out about it when I had the property surveyed many years later, in order to make sure I was installing a fence near the property line. Part of the house next to me, 40 Sedan Terrace, has a part of a driveway, rear yard section, and garage noted in the survey map I provided that is used by them with limited access for me. The fence line was where I was permitted to install a fence. I can only access the left outside of my garage and properly deemed garden area and the new deed by going to the rear of my garage and removing a piece of fence. And between the garages, the garages on my property. So she said it's been a nightmare arguing with their neighbors over this easement, and they use it as part of their property.
But it's hers.
Yeah. She has no central air. She did provide photos. I just think we need to give her that give her back that location adjustment.
There was no rationale for taking it away.
Right. And it's interesting because this is Kathleen Griffin was the one that wanted to give it to her.
There's a surprise.
And so she has her appeal from,
That must have been the one she approved for the whole year.
I mean, honestly, she did give some comps, and how she arrived at 625, but, you know, it was hard for me to really understand what she was talking about. But I looked up, the solds that she gave. Stratfield Road sold for $725 in December of '25, and that was completely remodeled. Valley Road sold for $702, $500 in November of '25, and that was I showed that house. That was not as nice as the Stratfield Road one, but it was okay. And then the one. She's got another one here on Suburban Avenue, which is less in square footage than hers, and that's sold for $576. So I just think if we give her back her location adjustment, I don't know how you want to do that again, because we're talking about having the assessor change it.
They
Or
didn't change the last time.
we just
lower her value.
But she's gonna have to keep coming
625.
back every time.
Well, we can
Like,
ask him again.
Yeah.
I mean, but in the meantime, because, we're going to ask him and he might say no.
I'm not understanding why we have to ask him something. This is the board that decides what the value's gonna
We
be.
always
Why are we
used to
asking
say-
him? Because he's gonna say no, that's his job. I don't know where this came from, where we have to get his permission to do anything.
Well,
He answers to us, we don't answer to him.
yeah, but you know how things have been going. I say we grant the appellant the number, and then we also recommend to him that, and we refer back to the letter from Kathleen Griffin in 2021, where she asked him what that would, what percentage we needed to reduce that by, and he said 10%.
Well, and he said it once, he should say it
He said
again.
it, and he should honor it. They just took it away.
So if we
So
were
what's
to
the
honor
number
that-
if we
So
have?
I make a motion that we approve this appellant's number of $625,000. All in favor?
Done.
Okay. Next one is appeal number 109. And the address is 36 Brooklawn Parkway. Again, this is
I love that street, though.
This is the flooding that we talked about before.
I love that street.
And the owner is Jennifer Joanne Reifhart Revocable Trust. The town has this property valued at $768,500, and she is asking to go to $700,000. This woman has had 2 insurance policies canceled already. She mentions that the houses next door at number 46 and number 130 Brooklyn Parkway were both reduced, although I was a little confused about that. But this is, if you look at, in the file, she's got the comps, and, no, where it is. No, wait, here it is, further down. The comps that she used all are in a minimal flood area. She is in an extreme flood area, and she is like the only one right over there. Let me see, minimal, the 130 Brookview is a minimal flood area. 148 Buena Vista is a minimal flood area. She is in an extreme, where is it? I had to cut out some of these pages because they were blank. She's in an extreme flood area. And it's interesting that the appraiser who did that appraisal for the house on Stratfield Road that we talked about area used this property as one of his comps in that,
Analysis.
yeah. Yeah, let me see this. Euclid is also in a minimal. The only one is that she lists in an extreme flood area is Brookline Parkway, her property. So she's only asking to go to 700,000. She's at 768,500, and honestly, I think that's generous. She's constantly battling with insurance companies, and like I said, she's already had 2 cancel on her.
I've
At
seen,
700,000, she'd see a 52% increase in what she was. And if you look at the comps that she used, they were, 62.8, 45.21, 42.85%. She's right now at 67.06 increase. If we brought her down to 700,000, that would be an increase of 52%, and that's somewhere right in between the comps that she used. And I don't think she's asking for that much for an extreme flood risk.
I don't care, I mean, that's fine with me.
Sounds good to me.
All right.
'Cause I've been on that street and I've seen how bad that water gets. It's
Yeah.
bad.
It is
Really
bad. It is bad. And anytime we show something or somebody's interested in that, it's the first thing we tell them. You have to know that,
I had a friend who lived on Livingston, which is right off of there, and it's a hill. And
Yeah.
honest to God, when it was a really heavy storm, not a hurricane, the water would go into her garage, and she was up the hill. So that's, it's just too much.
all right, so I make a motion that we grant the appellant, any other discussion, by the way? I make a motion that we grant the appellant her requested value of 700,000. All in favor? Okay. Next is appeal number 667. The address is 414 Buena Vista Road, and the owner is Patricia Hutchinson. The town has her valued at $838,300. She's requesting to go to $729,000. All right, she has comps here. Let me just see here. She has comps of 317 Stratfield Road. So she's a 2,700 square foot home, colonial, 4 bedrooms, 1.5 bath. So she is giving. Well, let's go right to 145 Buena Vista, which sold for $750 in September of 25. And that was, roughly about the same square footage, 3 bedroom instead of 4 bedroom. 165 Brookview sold in August of 24 for $662,500, and 2 on Stratfield Road, 317, which I mentioned. And then at 190 Stratfield Road, the 317 sold for $730. 190 Stratfield sold for $669. The interior of her house is very dated. A tree hit the side of the house and they had to put a new roof on. She also mentions in here, which she didn't think she could use, is one on Churchill Road, which sold. It was on the market, but it did close in February of this year for $715. She says her back room, which is on the field card, for the most part is unfinished and unheated. It's never been updated or modified. The damage from the tree hitting her home has not been repaired. The roof was only repaired out of necessity. The impact has caused a cast iron drain pipe to either loosen or crack, making the second-story bathroom no longer fully functional. They had to turn the water off in there. And you can see there's photos in here of how that has affected. There's one in particular. Some of these photos are really hard to see, but there's one in particular where you can see, peeling paint from the cracked drain pipe. So, and now this is on the first floor. Because the water was leaking
sure.
through and they had to turn it off. This is cracked plaster. It ripped the wallpaper in the dining room from the tree damage, which it shows the lathe,
Oh, yeah.
which I have in my house, the lathe behind plaster walls. And it still hasn't been fixed. The interior of this house is really quite original.
On some of these things, like at what point, like, is it fair to expect the rest of the town to kind of give you a break because you chose not to repair damage from a tree that should have been an insurable claim? I mean, they did replace the roof.
Well, they did the roof, but, I
mean, that's like a choice that somebody made not to fix their house after
is it?
a tree fell on it.
Well, you have a point. You know, if I choose not to do anything, then for whatever reason, I can't afford it or I don't want to, or whatever. But the point is that the town is giving them a value that's too high for what it is.
Right,
It's not that, well, I didn't do anything, so we deserve a break.
right.
Market value says that nobody's going to pay me 800 and something for it, so.
Well, the other thing is too, when the tree hits the house, okay, they knew that there was, they had to repair the roof right away. But it cracked a pipe that they might not have known at the time. And it could have, I didn't ask them about this, it could have been like over time it started leaking through and then they realized that was the issue. So that the case could have already been closed, insurance policy,
Right.
done and paid
Yeah,
for.
I mean, I just would be curious about that. 'Cause
But a
if
lot of
somebody
people-
collected the insurance and just decided to not do the repairs and,
Insurance aside, but a lot of people choose not to keep their home up.
right.
Right, well, there's an opportunity cost there too. You're just living in a house that's.
And the town
Right.
does assess these properties for lower value, like,
Well, it doesn't, excuse me, but it doesn't when they don't go in. They didn't go in the houses this time. So any value that they're giving those, the interior, the buildings, they have no idea what it looks like in there.
Right.
but we're giving deductions for that.
But we're seeing what it looks like in there now.
Yeah.
Well, and then the house next door to them too, and these people were adhered to the setbacks when they put a fence in, you have to like move in from, and then the people next door paved all the way up to the fence. It's just part of their property.
Yeah, I saw that.
So she said, and that's why she's saying it's like really hard when she has to back out and, she can only go in one direction. They're claiming a section of the property is not reflected in the already small lot size. After years of impact, and when they put up the fence, after years of impact from sports and activities in their driveway, caused the fence to shake and rock, and it's now collapsed into the yard. You can see a picture of that here. And she said it's a constant battle with her neighbors because her driveway also serves as a delivery station when their propane tanks need to be filled. It's crazy.
I don't think I'd be allowing that.
I don't know.
Wait, for when the neighbor's propane tanks?
Yes. Because if you look at the map, you can see why that would.
Tell them tough
So
luck.
anyway, she's asking to go to 729 from 838.
667.
Based on the condition of her property and
That's
um,
6.5.
some of the comps that, she gave were in far better condition than her house. So, any other discussion, questions? All right, I move to grant the appellant's request of $729,000. All in favor? All opposed? Abstain? No, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, this next appeal is 420. And the address is 369 Stratfield Road. And the owner's name is Luis Rodriguez and Carolina Gorino. The town has them, oh my goodness, the town has them appraised at $1,015,000. And they are asking to go to a value of $687,000. Now, this property.
That's gotta be right close to Bridgeport.
This property is the one that I was referring to the other day about, or earlier today, about the flooding. They had an appraisal done in May of 2024, and that came out to 687,000. If we time stamped that, that would bring us to 728,220. But when I tell you, I know this house, and I know this is a huge problem. I don't even know why a builder was able to put something up there. I'd like you to look at this photo. This is the above-ground pool in the back of their house, where the river came rushing through and completely demolished a whole above-ground pool.
That's nuts.
Yeah, and she showed me videos, and I was like, "Wait, this is in your backyard?" It's like if a child ever fell into that river when that was going by, you'd die.
Dog.
You would die.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. I could not believe it. It's just wow. So yeah, there you go.
Let's ban pools in the beach area.
What's that?
Let's ban pools in the beach.
Oh yeah, right. Her FEMA insurance is $6,000 per year. Now that is more than almost every beach area property. Yeah, I mean, and that's just for the Rooster River, high traffic area. You know, the before she bought it in 2011 for $550, another buyer was in contract and then backed out when they found out about the flooding. But the force of that river goes through her backyard like crazy. She's asking for 687. Like I said, if we timestamp the appraisal done in 24, it brings us to 728,220. You know, I mean, the town has her over $1 million. Forget it. Yeah. There's also an open permit for the deck. The electric work in the kitchen is not completed. I said, who built this house? She's like, oh, you don't even, she said, it's never, the work is not going to get done because we can't get anybody in there to do the work because they don't want to be liable for what the builder didn't do. Mm-hmm. So anytime they ask someone to, help them to finish this so they can close the permit, everybody says no. So they've got open permits on this too. So
Card shows the permits are closed.
Well,
You know what? How long ago was it, Helene?
well, that's true. You know what? It was great. Yeah, if the 9 year was a 7 year,
Yeah, 7 years, 9 years, they automatically close them.
It's still, the work is still not complete.
Right, but it's not done.
Yeah.
It says in October 1st, 2024, there was an inspection on the kitchen and it was complete. The deck looks like the deck might have just timed out.
Yeah. Well, that's what she said. She says it open.
I don't know.
Well, whatever.
Can I ask this more of a townwide question? So if we're putting a premium for like Tanaka Park, and I see there's some sort of reduction for land use, but like, does the Rooster River have its own, anyone impacted by Rooster River have its own discount?
Not that I know of, but
No.
Universal discount? Like, is that something we
Because
should
and
also
that
be
neighborhood
considering?
behind it off of, what is that? Not Brook, is it Brookview?
Willow?
Brookdale? No. That neighborhood that it borders the country club golf course. You come in,
Brooklyn, in
and then
there.
there's that circle behind it on the other side of the Rooster River. They all flood too.
Well, they get charged a premium because it's waterfront.
I'm serious, like I
They
feel
get
like these guys
90%.
should, I mean, let's
get
take into account that they're all probably paying a fortune in flood insurance, and
I mean, 6
The difficulty,
to live over there. I mean, it's one thing if you lived in a better
Yeah,
location.
on
They
Stratford.
get 90% good on the property condition because of topo, traffic, and flooding.
flood, but.
the difference with this compared to Tanaka Park, the Tanaka Park,
Tanaka.
you can draw a line about where these properties are part of Tanaka Park.
Yeah, but I know we all know
Here-
by now the
But
houses
we
that
don't know
flood.
where the flooding stops and where it starts. It varies depending on the situation.
Well, that's not really true because
Yeah, but-
FEMA knows where it's
Yeah,
from.
FEMA knows.
FEMA
You know, you
knows-
can tell by your insurance premium.
FEMA knows the furthest extent of it,
Right.
but it doesn't tell you where it's worse.
Right, which individual one?
It's not the same throughout the whole area, is all what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
no, that's fair,
Well-
but there should still be a discount.
Yeah, so I mean, right now, it's a question of, the appellant wants 687. You know, she based that on, I don't know, her comps but if we time stamped the appraisal, we come to 728, 220. So I don't know how you feel about, we could do somewhere in the middle at 700.
I mean, I'm good with going with the appraisal amount.
The appraisal, because we've done that with other people,
728,
we've done that
220.
consistently, so I think it's fair.
Yeah, okay. All right, then, we grant the appellant's request in part and reduce the appraised value of $1,015,000 to $728,000. Yeah. All in favor?
728.
728.
220, okay.
All in favor?
Okay.
Okay. All right, and this last one, oh, I tried to tell him, but he says, I'm sorry, this is appeal number 920, and the address is 3845 Park Avenue, Unit 18, and the owner's name is Ahmed Ibrahim and Shanza Ishan,
I'm sorry, which unit number was it?
18.
What is this, 3840? What?
That's those Park Avenue North, I think it is.
Oh,
Yeah, anyway, so the town has him valued at $603,500, and he is asking you to go to $560,200. And here's his argument. This is a very simple case. I'm just following one of the most nationally recognized real estate services in the nation.
Don't say it.
Zillow. According to them, please see attached, the value of this property is $560,200, which translates into assessment of $309. Okay, I tried to tell him, sir, that's his estimate. That's not what you need are comps. Nope, that's it. I said, no, huh?
920.
I tried. I really did try, and he was adamant. He was like, nope, that's my argument, and that's it. And now, I will say that there was one, number 3, I think, unit number 3 was totally renovated, and that was $570,000. I gotta look that up. I didn't write down when that sold. But he was supposed to email me. He was supposed to email me comps or solds, and he never did. So let me just see if I can pull that up.
What kind of property is this again?
A condo.
Yeah, these are 3845. Let me see. And let me see, number three sold number 3 sold in January of 2025. One of those names. And it was all completely redone. Kitchen was, the shaker cabinetry, the granite countertops. And they're all pretty much the same, these condos. Actually, this is Crestwood. This is Crestwood, yeah. And, that sold for $570, and he's asking to go to $560,200. He was supposed to send me photos, but
Unfortunately, but it just doesn't seem like he did anything to make his case.
I mean,
He
he
didn't do anything to
did
make his
he
case.
did mention, he mentioned number 3. And I said, well, can you send me information on that and give me, comps or give me photos of yours? And I don't know anything about his interior. I mean, just let me just see what the town has him valued at. or the.
Number 3?
This one.
They have them at 553.
Number 3?
3845 Park Avenue, number 3,
Yeah.
is appraised at 553.
And it's sold for 570.
Yes. They have it coming down.
God. Well, I mean, and that was all done. And he's asking, and it's appraised at 553. He's asking to go to 560, 200, which would be even higher than what the last one
The
that
nicer
sold.
one sold for.
Yeah. So,
Does not seem too out of whack then.
I mean, he's not 603, 500. We know that because the last one that sold,
Was 570.
570, yeah.
That was in January of 2025. So even if you gross that up a year,
Well,
right?
you'd only go to
it's still,
October.
it's still in the, it's still in the basic
Probation
situation.
period is in.
But I mean, but they're now appraised at 553. He's asking for 560, which is still higher than what that nice one that sold for, So, I don't know. I'd be willing to give it to him, 560.
You're recommending the 560?
Yeah, I am.
It's not much difference between that and the 570 sale in January.
No.
And it's not as updated.
January to October, you get the 595,
Yeah,
but the appraisal is lower, so
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what it is, what they know that on that property that they didn't seem to
Right.
know on anything else.
At 560, he's still higher than Unit 3.
I'm ready.
All right. I make a motion to grant this appellant's request of 560, well, actually, he wants 560, 200, but I guess then we just have to grant the appellant's request in part to 560,000.
So we're gonna give him less than what he's asking for.
Well, this is the 200, so we're just rounding it out.
that's what he asked for.
No, but she's taking out the 200.
Well, unless you want to put the 200
I'm
in.
fine just giving him what he asked
Give them
for.
what it is.
560, all right,
Yeah.
we'll, whatever.
Give him what he asked for.
Grant the appellant's request of 560, 200,000. All in favor? Okay. And I'm done because 581, there is no file back there, so I'm assuming that's
And,
enough.
it is like almost 1 o'clock.
10 minutes?
Yeah, so I have actually just, I have two that I would love to just get rid
Yeah,
of.
let's do it.
Okay.
Okay. So the first one, this is one that we had looked at already. Number 843. Pull up my notes. Sorry. Okay. So this is one of those, is the ones that had that adjustment on it. This was the first one that we saw that had the adjustment that says WDS that Peter actually inquired with the assessor's office. It came back with the question marks.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't introduce it properly, I guess, even though it's coming back. It's appeal number 843. The property is 19 Knollwood Drive.
Knollwood.
The property owners are Kenneth and Melissa Fitter. The town appraised the property at $1,037,162, and they made a request they requested a range of $875,000 to $900,000.
I have 887.
So, oh, right, because then they did round it out. They asked them for one amount, so it was 887,500 you have on there?
887, 500, okay.
Yeah, 887,500. And I have math here.
If I take out the whole adjustment for the, that WDS adjustment, I get to 962, 665. But they did also have a number of comps that we had already discussed. I mean, there was 14 Knollwood Drive that sold in May of 25 for 993. I'm trying to remember I think we didn't like the comps on Dill or Knollwood, right? I had a note about that.
I don't think I was a part of this conversation. None of this.
What was the number on Dill?
14 Dill and 76 Dill. I don't know why I had highlighted some of these comps.
The spreadsheet.
I'm not crazy about that.
76.
For some reason, that house sold for outrageous prices.
I said, oh, this one.
It's done over and stuff,
I don't
but
see
like that.
14 Dill. I see 40 and 73
Oh, I
and
might.
76. Sorry. I don't-
Oh, maybe I just had a typo on.
But these are all, they all say that they're off market though.
Oh, that
So
was-
there was no,
Right, well, they were, 76 Dill was, only comparing to an appraisal.
gotcha.
value.
Okay,
There's
fine.
14 Dill that
Gotcha.
sold in October of 25. But 14 Knollwood seemed relevant, that sold for 993. And then there was also 241 Knollwood that sold in June of 24 for 765. That was a little bit smaller.
6 Dill.
88 Knollwood.
You have 76 Dill in there? That was a sale?
It was a mistake. No, it's not.
Oh.
They were comparing it to an appraisal
Oh.
value.
Okay.
The 14 Dill was the only sale, and that was for 1.2 million. I don't know why they. Because they were arguing that the appraisal, even though it sold for 1.2 million in October 16th of 25, it's only appraised at 922.
The market value is what we've been going by.
And, but they used 241 Knollwood, right?
I have 241 Knollwood.
Can't see Manson's house.
Did they say anything about, like, the condition of theirs on the inside? Because 14 Dill is like completely redone.
And it was huge.
Yeah, it's a big house.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't really have issues with specifically about the condition of their house other than, about the lot, like the fact that they're at the corner of Osborne Hill, so it's much less desirable than the other houses on Knollwood Drive because of the, double yellow line right there, and they, get a lot of the traffic on Osborne Hill going to Fairfield U. They didn't say which neighbor, and I don't. They said their neighbor is about to put their home on the market and was, told that they, that they couldn't get, that they would definitely not get over $1 million for their house. The subject property was appraised at $1,037,000. So, I mean, I would say at a minimum, we should reduce it to 962, 665 to take out that adjustment. I think based on the other sales on Knollwood, there's an argument to take it down further.
What about 241 Knollwood?
So it's a little bit smaller. Their house is, the subject property is 1950. The 241 Knollwood is 1,738 square feet. Lot sizes are,
Talking like 200 square feet.
yeah, exactly.
No, it's not.
But 241 Knollwood's only sold for 765, so you're talking, pretty far away, and their ask is 887,500, which is still a lot more than the 765. So, I mean, we keep going through these, but I'm comfortable with their ask.
Wait a
Okay.
minute, what about 88 Knollwood?
Knollwood's definitely smaller. It's only 1,350 square feet. That sold for more for some reason. I wonder if that was like a redone. It was a year later. It was February of 25. So I don't know if that was like a redone property or something, because that sold for $814.
That one, no, was it? It wasn't. That was painted knotty pine cabinets with Formica countertops.
Really? I wonder
Sounds like
why.
Probably for today.
My house,
I wonder why it went for so much. And like,
because there's nothing.
there's nothing.
There's not much to choose from.
People are desperate, paying anything, and then they're
How
regretting
sad
it
it's gonna
later.
be later.
And then there was 14, oh, we looked at 14 Knollwood already.
I'll give it the ask. I have no problem with that.
Ask was a rate, what was the,
Well, but
Neil gave
they
it a number,
averaged
though.
it. When they came in, I asked them
fine.
for a number and they
And what did they say their interior was?
they didn't bring up any issues with the interior of the property. They only, the only issues that they had with the property itself are the fact that because they're on the corner of Osborne Hill, they feel like they have, one of the less desirable properties on Knollwood.
Yeah.
That like you go further up Knollwood and it's a much more desirable neighborhood because it's nice and quiet.
Yeah, I'm okay with their ask.
I'm good with their ask.
All right, so I'm going to make a motion to reduce the appraised value from $1,037,162 to the appellant's asking amount of $887,500. All in favor? Okay, unanimous. Okay. This in the file?
yeah.
Oh, these can go in that file too, actually, because we did those together.
Bring those back to be filed.
No, these are the ones that are done.
It's
I'm
after,
not filing them again, but I'll just stick them.
it's after one, I don't know.
Well, how much we have? One more, right, Neil?
One more?
I have this one more.
Yeah,
This-
let's
do it.
Do it.
I don't know how, if this is gonna be an easy one or not.
Let's do it.
Okay.
We'll make it.
Yep. If it's not easy, I need to go to the bathroom.
Okay, so this is appeal number 860. The address is 279 Brookside Drive. The property owners are Michael and Rodney Widner. The town appraised the property at $1,272,100, and they're asking for that to be reduced to $647,053.
Half.
Yeah, I told you this wasn't going to be such an easy one. Okay, so they're saying that this is a fairly large lot. It's a 2-acre lot in an area with quarter-acre zoning.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Wow. Goes
The
way
issue is that it's
back.
primarily comprised of wetlands. Pansy Brook runs through the property, so they're unable to subdivide as a result. The field card does that thing where they split it, into 2 pieces so that they can give a discount on part of it, but they only give the discount on 0.1 acre as wet unbuildable, which doesn't match the reality, they're saying. He estimates, or the owners estimate that about 1.4 acres is actually wet unbuildable. The field card has the land valued at $993,000, and the owner estimates that if they accurately classified the percentage of the property as wetlands at the same discount that they're giving on that 0.1 acres, that the land value should really be around $369,000. The information about the percentage of wetlands is verified by the town wetland screening tool.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
He did have to get special approval from, he does farming on his land. He had to get special permission from the Conservation Department just to be able to farm on the land because of the
Get a discount for
wetlands
that?
issues.
Yeah, it's down.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, he should be able to get some kind of tax credit for
Yeah,
farming.
he should
I
get
don't
that,
know
too.
if he
Yeah.
does or not. But I think that's a separate tax credit. I don't know that it would show up on the field card.
Oh, no, we did it with, we've done it with the guy on Reading, was it Reading Road?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did that before. Gave him farm
So
status.
his issue is, completely about the landline valuation. He had
Okay.
didn't bring up any issues about, related to the residence itself.
She's got the
Although, I mean, the dwelling and now building is, insignificant by comparison. I don't know if you have all the information accessible in the file, but you can see,
Do you think this land is?
if you can see here, I mean, it is a huge strip of property that, most of it's basically landlocked behind all these other homes.
And it's on a hill.
God.
It's on it, that property slopes up.
He brought in, there's a lot of detail here all about, from, regarding soil science analysis and, how the land is, poorly drained and very poorly drained, and then issues with depth to the bedrock that impacts the drainage as well. This is from the wetlands tool, so you can see kind of the outline of his property here, and then all of this
Right in there.
shaded area is all wetlands.
Yeah.
And it's not really accessible from the road either. It's just back,
No,
And
not
behind.
most of it.
yeah.
I guess my suggestion would be to do the calculation as he's done it, like if we looked at if we adjust kind of base it off of an adjustment of the
Discount on that.
percent that actually is wetlands.
Yeah.
And apply it to that part of the card.
Yeah.
How big is this property? Because I had another
2 acres.
person come to me, so this, I'm just gonna throw this out there. I'm not saying I agree with it. But I had somebody else come to me and similar thing, we haven't heard that one yet, where they said they had wetlands on their property and it was also only being included as, it was much less than what was actually there. And so what I asked, the answer that I got was that, now this, I think you said are they zoned for only a half an acre or whatever? I don't know. what
Quarter
they're-
acre
Okay,
zone.
but see, where I was, they were zoned for 2 acres. So they wouldn't discount anything, even though it was less than 2 acres. They only took what was in excess of that 2 acres because they're like, you need that 2 acres to have a buildable property. So even though it's stuff you can't build on, you still needed that 2 acres to actually make it buildable. So we're only taking whatever's
Right.
in addition to that. But this doesn't sound like it applies to that because if you only need.
Oh, if this didn't have these issues, then long ago, this would have been divided up into 6 or 8
Interesting.
lots.
Okay.
And somebody would have built a subdivision there.
Yeah, okay, so that doesn't apply. I'm
Well,
sorry.
even if not that it matters because it's wet, but even if it wasn't, you have to have so much frontage. He doesn't have enough.
Right.
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 But I'm wondering if that 0.1 is just because they're saying, okay, well, you need the 2 acres to build anyway, but it doesn't sound like you need 2 acres
No.
there.
Not there.
So, okay. Does not apply. All right.
So, yeah, I mean, I've seen a bunch of these, like, I don't understand how they decide, like, what.
Well, but what's interesting is
That's
that,
only-
they increased his land by 70%. And, why bother giving him all these adjustments on the topo plan if you're gonna boost it,
Right.
So then it looks like you're being generous by giving him the,
Yeah, like Bergdorf Goodwin, mark it up and then, yeah.
It's like you've already over.
I mean, at full price, this guy's,
valuated his
they
land.
valued his lands at $1,244,000 and change at full price,
Yeah.
which is ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Then they take it down and it's still ridiculous.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can only build one house there.
And how much, I didn't look at it in depth. I saw what was on it, but it's like, I don't know what you're gonna build again. Now what you'll have to go through to build on there isn't worth the time it takes to build it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I suppose somebody could come in and build a slightly bigger, nicer house on that same property, but are they gonna pay more than,
All that land they can't use.
right? Yeah, I mean, that extra land gives you more coverage, I
Yeah,
guess, if you wanted it.
Yeah, I mean, just nobody gonna be building there. It's gonna be quiet,
So
So,
essentially, he's asking to reduce the land value to 369,953. which, I mean, maybe that's too much, I don't know. You know, from 995. That's how he gets to the 647.
Is that his? I can't tell which house is his. Let me see here.
How much of a reduction in land value is that?
That's,
Go to
30,000.
Side.
Six
I have to
hundred.
do the math. Let's see,
Got a
995.
numbers there.
This is land before, do you know?
Was land in 20, like for the
It's
previous one, was
583.
583.
69,
Side.
3. Yeah, he's asking to take 625 of 47 off of the land.
47 off.
625,000 essentially, and, 625,047.
I think we should keep it where it was.
Even where it was the last time.
Yep.
For the land.
Because it's not, again, you say, well, it goes up. Some things don't go up.
Right.
Because of the condition of them. It's like, it can't go up. This is it. It's not gonna be worth more.
583.
Doesn't really appreciate.
For the whole property or for
No,
the?
just for
For the
land.
land was 583.
I mean, hold on.
And the improvements are 277, 100.
77,100.
860, 100, is that what?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it's not quite his ask, but I think it's
No.
reasonable.
Yeah.
You good with that?
Well, was it 8?
60.
100, if we
I'm
keep,
good with that.
basically keeping his land as it was previously.
I'm good with that.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we do give a reduction in part from the appraisal amount of $172,100 to $860,100. All in favor? Opposed?
And you know what's crazy?
Okay.
The house right next door, which is 1
I'll make
acre.
a motion to adjourn. All in favor?
All in favor? Yes.
Nice job, guys.
Good going, yep.
Get out. How many did we do today?
We did a lot.